Chapter 2900. Master Duan, congratulations on completely mastering the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. Tai he congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Elder Tai, you can tell? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I can't tell. However, Arhat Ji-fan can tell. Tai he replied. Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at Ji-fan, causing Ji-fan to feel extremely nervous. It was as though he was a prey that had sensed the gaze of a hunter. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Ji-fan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan-er. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and probed Huan-er's body. The divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king was comparable to the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to confirm that Huan had fully recovered from her injuries. At this moment, Huan-er was also comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. However, for Duan Lingtian and the others, it was over in just a blink of an eye. Elder Tai. It was still a few days before they would arrive at the blissful sex estate. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally woke up from his cultivation. He looked at Tai he and said, just send us to the blissful sex estate. Before Tai he could reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, I don't want to have anything to do with the Tai celestial sect when I go to the blissful sect. You should understand what I mean, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Tai he meaningfully when he finished speaking. Master Duan. Tai he said, I know you're doing this because you don't want the blissful sect to think that you're going there as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. You don't want to cause trouble for the Tai celestial sect. Even if you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, the blissful sect won't dare to do anything to the Tai celestial sect. Tai he's confidence in the Tai celestial sect was apparent. Create havoc in the blissful sect? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai he's words. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said bluntly, I'm going to destroy the blissful sect's foundation. If everything goes according to plan, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Hiss, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tai he couldn't help but gasp. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He had thought Duan Lingtian was going to create havoc in the blissful sect. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would destroy the blissful sect's foundation when he went to the blissful sect. It was no different from annihilating the blissful sect, right? Swoosh. Ji-fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His thoughts were similar to Tai he's. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his heart skipped a beat. If Duan Lingtian really intended to destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he, the Arhat of the blissful sect, would definitely die. Master Duan, after I return to the blissful sect with you, I'll announce to everyone that I'm leaving the blissful sect. Ji-fan took a deep breath as various emotions flashed across his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Then, he expressed his stance to Duan Lingtian. Arhat, you're a smart person. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Ji-fan's words. Then, he looked at Ji-fan meaningfully and said, if you're really determined to do so, I don't mind writing off the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Ji-fan. However, he was impressed by Ji-fan's decisiveness earlier. After all, not everyone in Ji-fan's position could make such a decision in such a short time. Thank you, Master Duan. Ji-fan heaved a sigh of relief. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked cautiously, Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we returned to the blissful sect? Yes, I did. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was even more determined to cut ties with the blissful sect. Master, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to betray the blissful sect for my own life. Ji Fan thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan's master was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Master, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the people in charge of collecting information. If they didn't say Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, Grandmaster wouldn't have died, and the blissful sect wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Ji Fan's mind raced as he thought about what he should do in the future. Arhat. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he looked at Ji Fan again. Master Duan, you can call me Ji Fan from now on. I've decided to leave the blissful sect, so I'm no longer the Arhat of the blissful sect. Ji Fan smiled wryly. After he finished speaking, he asked anxiously, Master Duan, is there anything I can help you with? You should have a Duke-grade celestial artifact floating image pearl, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ji Fan. Yes. Ji Fan nodded. In a few days, when we arrive at the blissful sect, use the floating image pearl to record the scene when the 10-direction celestial duke makes his move. Duan Lingtian said, I'll need the floating image pearl later. Yes. Then, he asked Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, the blissful sect's 10-direction celestial duke is my senior granduncle. He's also my grandmaster's cousin. I know a lot about him, including some of his techniques. Do you need me to tell you about them? Ji Fan asked after he reached the end of his sentence. Alas, it seemed like his attempt to flatter Duan Lingtian was futile. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head disdainfully. There's no need for me to know about him, and I'm not interested in knowing about him. A mere 10-direction celestial duke isn't worthy of my attention. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of contempt could be heard in his tone. It was as though he was insufferably arrogant. Faced with Duan Lingtian's insufferably arrogant attitude, Ji Fan and Tai he felt it was only natural. After all, they had witnessed the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Tai celestial sect earlier. I've spoken out of turn. With your strength, you don't need to worry about a mere 10-direction celestial duke. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ji Fan chimed in with a humble expression on his face. A few days later. Master Duan, the blissful sect's estate is just ahead. Ji Fan said to Duan Lingtian as he pointed at the mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan, who was still comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities. It was obvious she would not wake up any time soon. He said to Tai he, Elder Tai, stay here and take care of Huan, I'll come out once I'm done with my business. You don't have to worry about anyone attacking you. I'll keep an eye on this area with my divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai he wanted to see Duan Lingtian destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian's orders. In the past, he had treated Duan Lingtian like a friend. However, ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength as a celestial king, he had begun to fear and respect Duan Lingtian even though he still treated Duan Lingtian the same as before. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as a superior who was above him. Ji Fan, lead the way. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Fan. Then, under Tai he's watchful eyes, both of them stepped into the fog and entered the lofty mountain range. Although the mountain range was surrounded by formations, Duan Lingtian was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, these formations were nothing to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He led Duan Ling Tian through the formations and entered the blissful sect's estate as though there was no one there. Who's there? As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Xiaofan entered the blissful sect's estate, a few patrolling disciples from the blissful sect flew toward them. However, when they saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed humbly. Greetings, Arhat. Xiaofan was the Arhat of the blissful sect. If there were no mishaps, he would be the next sect leader of the blissful sect. For this reason, his status in the blissful sect was only second to a few people from the blissful sect. Boom! The blissful sect's disciples who bowed to Xiaofan did not expect Xiaofan would launch a thunderous attack on them. Xiaofan raised his hand and struck with his palm. After images filled the sky and killed the blissful sect's disciples in just a blink of an eye. Is that the Arhat? Why is the Arhat killing people? Those people were bowing to him, right? Some of the blissful sect's disciples who were patrolling the area were about to pay their respects to Xiaofan when they witnessed how Xiaofan had killed the blissful sect's disciples. That scene continuously shocked their eyes, causing them to tremble with fear. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Xiaofan appeared above the blissful sect's estate. I, Xiaofan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm no longer a disciple of the blissful sect. Chapter 2901. I, Xiaofan, hereby announce that I'm leaving the blissful sect. I'm no longer an Arhat or a disciple of the blissful sect. Everyone in the blissful sect's estate was alerted by Xiaofan's voice. This was especially true for the disciples who had witnessed Xiaofan stepping out of the blissful sect. They looked at each other in confusion when they heard Xiaofan's announcement. They had no idea what was going on at all. When they saw the Arhat of the blissful sect killing a fellow disciple, they had a hunch that something was amiss. Now that they heard Xiaofan was leaving the blissful sect, they were dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was going on? What the hell was going on? What was the Arhat of the blissful sect doing? Who's that person? I think he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's a member of the blissful sect. Could it be that he has something to do with the Arhat's announcement? Soon after, the patrolling disciples from the blissful sect discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian stood there calmly without any expression on his face. However, when the blissful sect's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian's composure, they could not help but think he was a mysterious person. Xiaofan is back? Is he out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? How dare he say he's leaving the blissful sect? What the hell is he doing? If sect leader hears this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood, right? Xiaofan is behaving strangely. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that he's being coerced? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect came out of their cultivation chambers one after another when they heard Xiaofan's announcement. As they whispered and discussed, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes and faces. Is that really the Arhat's voice? I think so. He's back. The sect leader and the others have been waiting for him for a long time now. However, I'm afraid the sect leader and the others didn't expect him to announce his intention to leave the blissful sect as soon as he returned, right? I heard that the Arhat went out with Patriarch Lian. Patriarch Lian died outside, but the Arhat survived. He had no idea either. What the hell is going on? I feel that the Arhat is acting a little strange. Could it be that his abnormality has something to do with Patriarch Lian's death? Many disciples of the blissful sect whispered among themselves. They all felt that Xiaofan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, was acting abnormally. The blissful sect was in an uproar because of Xiaofan's words. Xiaofan. A thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, causing the eardrums of the members of the blissful sect to tremble. Not only was this voice as deafening as a thunderclap, any normal person would be able to hear the anger contained within it. It's the sect leader's voice. Most of the people in the blissful sect recognized the owner of the voice immediately. It was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. It seems like the sect leader is very angry. How can he not be angry? The Arhat is his direct disciple, and yet, he publicly announced his intention to leave the blissful sect. If I were him, I would be furious no matter what the reason is. It's understandable for the sect leader to be angry. Naturally, most of the people in the blissful sect could understand Lu Xiankong's anger. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Xiankong's thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, a tall figure shot out of the blissful sect's estate at lightning speed. Moreover, due to the speed of the figure, wherever it passed, even space trembled. Rumbling sounds that sounded like mountains were collapsing and the earth cracked open resounded everywhere. He's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect? If it was before, no matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried, he would not have been able to see the sect leader of the blissful sect. After all, the sect leader of the blissful sect was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Although the sect leader of the blissful sect was slightly weaker than Lian, he was still a 9 palaces celestial duke. He was not someone ordinary celestial dukes could compare to. As Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, began to slow down. In the end, he looked like a crawling snail as he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Lu Xiankong's speed had not slowed down. Duan Ling Tian had taken this matter seriously. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. Even if a 9 palaces celestial duke moved at full speed, he would still be as slow as a snail in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. More people are coming. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Many people had gathered around the blissful sect's encampment, and they followed behind Lu Xiankong as they sped through the air toward Nye Tian. After a while, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was the first to arrive at Duan Ling Tian's location. Ji Fan, do you have any idea what you just said? After Lu Xiankong appeared, he looked at Ji Fan from afar and asked coldly with a dark expression. Master, when Ji Fan saw Lu Xiankong, he instinctively wanted to address Lu Xiankong as master, just like in the past. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he recalled that he had announced his departure from the blissful sect. When he thought about what would happen to the blissful sect, he could not help but feel bitter. Therefore, he kept his mouth shut. Facing Lu Xiankong's question, Ji Fan did not say a word. It was as if he had not heard Lu Xiankong at all. Swoosh! 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 It did not take long for a group of people to appear behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, to arrive. These people were none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji Fan, didn't you hear the sect leader's question? Ji Fan, have you grown a pair of wings after leaving the sect? Not only did you not bow to the sect leader, but you even dared to ignore the sect leader's words? Ji Fan, are you crazy? Did you just say that you're leaving the sect? Ji Fan, no matter how remorseful you are, I won't allow you to continue being the arhat of the blissful sect. That's right. The next sect leader of the blissful sect can't have such a stain on his record. As soon as the blissful sect's high-ranking members showed up, they began to lash out at Ji Fan, their faces filled with anger. Some of them even gnashed their teeth as they glared at Ji Fan. It was as though they could not wait to tear Ji Fan into pieces and swallow him alive. It had to be said that Ji Fan felt immense pressure when the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect began to reprimand him. However, when Ji Fan recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man standing behind him, he calmed down. The pressure from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect was nothing compared to the pressure from the purple-clad young man. Master Duan, he's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Instead of bowing to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, Ji Fan turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, and pointed at Lu Xiankong. As for the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, hasn't shown himself yet. Before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could react, Ji Fan continued to speak. Ji Fan! How dare you! As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Lu Xiankong flew into a rage. He glared at Ji Fan with unparalleled fury. Ji Fan, not only did you call your master by his name, but you even called the old ancestor by his name. This is disrespectful. Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect's rules, you should be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right. You must be severely punished. Don't think you'll be able to leave the sect just because you want to. You were groomed by the sect, you'll need the sect's permission to leave. After Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, regained their senses one after another. Their faces were flushed with anger, and it seemed as though they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. However, Ji Fan turned a deaf ear to Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and slowly walked past Ji Fan to stand in front of him. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, shifted their attention from Ji Fan to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, their divine consciousness shrouded Duan Ling Tian, clearly trying to pry into Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian was not bothered by this. Although he could use his powerful divine consciousness to force the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to retreat, he did not do so. He could not be bothered to waste his time. For this reason, although the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could not pry into Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, they could still sense the faint aura of Duan Ling Tian. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. A purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, Ji Fan addressed him as Master Duan. Could he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian? He's Duan Ling Tian. Upon confirming that the purple-clad young man was younger than 100 years old, a commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At the same time, they could vaguely guess the purple-clad young man's identity. Chapter 2902. Duan Ling Tian? He's Duan Ling Tian. So, he's the one who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? He's the target old ancestor Li and went to the wasteland to deal with? He's still alive? Moreover, he came to the blissful sect with Ji Fan? What's going on? Why did Ji Fan bring him back? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were in an uproar when they figured out Duan Ling Tian's identity. Most of them were confused by Duan Ling Tian's appearance in the blissful sect's estate. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had come with Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. You're Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. I heard from Ji Fan that all of you have decided to kill me, right? Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Lu Xiankong's question. Instead, he asked indifferently, what are you talking about? Why are you here? My master was killed by your people? An ominous feeling rose in Lu Xiankong's heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian and thought about Ji Fan's unusual behavior. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and denied Lu Xiankong's question. No? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Based on Duan Ling Tian's gaze, he could tell Duan Ling Tian was not lying. Lu Xiankong felt relieved when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, overestimated himself and tried to kill Master Duan. In the end, he was killed by Master Duan instead. Xiaofan said. It was as though the blissful sect had turned against Duan Lingtian. As soon as Xiaofan finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even the disciples of the blissful sect who had rushed over to join in the fun were stunned when they heard Xiaofan's words. The people from the blissful sect looked at each other, speechless. In the end, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya standing behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, snapped out of his daze. He looked at Xiaofan and sneered. Xiaofan, do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? You're saying that this brat who's not even 100 years old killed Patriarch Lian? How laughable. Ridiculous. As he spoke, the old monk's face was filled with disbelief. Crazy. This Xiaofan is really crazy. When he announced that he's leaving the blissful sect, I thought that he's crazy. It seems like he's really out of his mind. I really don't know what happened to him. I can't believe he's spouting such nonsense. He's not even 100 years old. It's already good enough for him to become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could such a person kill Patriarch Lian? Only a fool would believe that. After a while, more and more people from the blissful sect regained their senses. However, when they regained their senses, they thought Xiaofan had lost his mind. I've lost my mind? Xiaofan sneered inwardly when he heard their words. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew there was no way it would work. No matter how he explained, it was useless. Before this alchemist Duan in front of him made a move, his former fellow disciples would never believe that this alchemist Duan had the ability to kill Lian. I've gone against the blissful sect and cooperated with Duan Lingtian. I hope he'll spare my life after he destroys the blissful sect's foundation. Xiaofan prayed inwardly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian could easily kill him with just a thought. Shut up. When Duan Lingtian heard the disdainful words of the people from the blissful sect, he grew impatient and said coldly, "Stop it." His voice was laced with celestial origin energy that shrouded the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, including the people from the blissful sect. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread out in the void. It was like a ripple that reverberated in the void within 1,000 meters. This was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally limited the range of the sound waves to within a radius of 1,000 meters to ensure the destructive power of the sound waves. The next moment. Ah! Wah! Pfff, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a series of shrill cries and the sound of people throwing up blood reverberated in the air again. The voices belonged to none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. As for the disciples of the blissful sect, they began to bleed from the 7 orifices on their faces. Soon after, their corpses fell from the sky like rain. Dead? All dead? At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, scanned the area with their divine consciousness and discovered the disciples of the blissful sect were all dead. Some of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but none of them survived. At this moment, only the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect who were at least celestial dukes survived. Many of the high-ranking officials with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums ruptured, and some of them were bleeding from the 7 orifices on their faces. However, their injuries were not fatal. With just a single shout, the blissful sect's disciples who had come to watch the show were all killed. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Even Lu Xiankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lu Xiankong was capable of creating such a powerful soundwave as well, he was not confident in his ability to do so. However, even if he could create such a powerful soundwave, he knew he would not be able to do it as easily as Duan Lingtian had done. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke might not be as strong as him. Is it possible that he's already a quasi-celestial king? At this moment, a few thoughts flashed in Lu Xiankong's mind. He even speculated that Duan Lingtian was a quasi-celestial king. It seems like he's the one who killed Master. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, even Lu Xiankong was no longer dismissive of Xiaofan's words. Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect were looking at Duan Lingtian with a fearful expression on their faces. The atmosphere was tense. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the blissful sect's estate, causing it to shake violently again. What's going on? What's going on now? In the blissful sect's estate, the disciples who were lucky enough to survive because they did not join Duan Lingtian's battle were shocked by the commotion in the blissful sect's estate. Boom! Rumble! Unlike the commotion caused by the death of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, this time, the commotion lasted for a long time. It even attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. This commotion, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the depths of the blissful sect's estate as he extended his divine consciousness to cover the area. Interesting. After a while, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was as though he had discovered something interesting. Boom! Rumble! The tremors in the blissful sect's estate lasted for a full 15 minutes before it finally stopped. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Soon after, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the depths of the blissful sect's estate. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. Then, a loud and old voice rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the blissful sect's estate heard it. A deathly silence descended upon the blissful sect's estate. A few moments later, the silence in the blissful sect's estate was replaced by an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? Old Ancestor Li Ping said, he broke through to the immortal king level? Old Ancestor Li Ping has become an immortal king? The blissful sect hasn't had an immortal king for 10,000 years, right? This was the first time in 10,000 years that a celestial king had appeared in the blissful sect. Uncle Master, he broke through and became an immortal king? On the other hand, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had initially thought Duan Lingtian was a quasi-celestial king, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Previously, he was still thinking if Duan Lingtian was truly a quasi-celestial king, even his senior uncle, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, might not be able to defeat him. In fact, he might not even be a match for his opponent. Currently, his senior uncle had just broken through and become a celestial king. This caused him to feel a wave of excitement, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Fan is back. A few moments later, a powerful divine consciousness swept out and shrouded the entire blissful sect's estate. Then, the old voice rang in the air again. It was obvious that the owner of the voice had also discovered Xiaofan. Master Duan, the voice belongs to the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. Xiaofan said to Duan Lingtian at this moment. A hint of panic and dread could be seen in his eyes as he said, he seems to have broken through and become a celestial king. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He was very afraid to see fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes because that would also mean that Duan Lingtian was extremely fearful. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not confident he could defeat Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king. Chapter 2903. Ji Fan stared at Duan Lingtian intently. He could not wait to see how Duan Lingtian would react after Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a celestial king. At this moment, Ji Fan was extremely nervous. If Duan Lingtian was no match for Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, Ji Fan would lose a layer of skin even if he managed to survive this ordeal. Moreover, he would be ruining his own future, making it impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the blissful sect. Celestial King? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Ji Fan's words. He looked in the direction where Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spoken. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ji Fan could sense Duan Lingtian's confidence when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. What's going on? Why are there so many casualties? A loud voice rang in the air again. It was clear the person had noticed the deaths of the blissful sect's disciples. He's here. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. An old monk appeared in Lu Xuankong's line of sight. His speed was much faster than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Before today, he was only a 10-direction celestial duke. Now, he's a one-basic celestial king. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw the old monk's speed. After all, he knew the old monk was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Li Ping was the strongest person in the blissful sect. In the past, Li Ping was only considered the strongest person in the blissful sect since nobody knew if there were any quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping had become a celestial king, he was the strongest person in the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, they were still weaker than Li Ping. Perhaps, they were also celestial kings in the past. However, after staying in the borderlands for so long, they were affected by the formations in the borderlands and the central area. For this reason, their cultivation base had regressed to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. At that time, a celestial king was a celestial duke, a true celestial king. For this reason, Li Ping celestial king was a quasi-celestial king hidden in the blissful sect. Swoosh! Senior uncle, congratulations for becoming a celestial king. As soon as Lu Xiankong saw the newcomer, he immediately congratulated the newcomer for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect regained their senses and congratulated Li Ping, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Li Ping ignored Lu Xiankong and the others' congratulatory words. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "These are the disciples of the blissful sect?" Moreover, they were all killed by the sound waves. Li Ping was a celestial king now. Even before his breakthrough, he could easily discover the cause of death when he scanned the bodies of the blissful sect's disciples with his divine consciousness. Who can tell me, what is going on? Li Ping muttered to himself in a high-pitched voice. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they heard Li Ping's words. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he noticed Ji Fan and Duan Lingtian standing in front of him. Li Ping was about to speak to Ji Fan when a voice rang in the air. Old ancestor. An elder from the blissful sect standing behind Lu Xiankong cried out in grief. Then, he pointed at Ji Fan and said angrily, "That's Ji Fan. He brought an outsider into the blissful sect and publicly announced that he's leaving the sect. Those disciples who were killed by the sound waves were killed by the outsiders Ji Fan brought with him." Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of Ji Fan. "What? Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he heard the elder's words. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of a celestial king, the sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong, and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt their hearts palpitating. That's the celestial origin energy of a celestial king? The celestial origin energy of a celestial king is too powerful. The high-ranking members of the blissful sect looked at each other in dismay. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Although they were all celestial dukes, they could still feel the threat of death when they sensed the aura of a celestial king's celestial origin energy. On the other hand, Xiaofan, whose cultivation base was weaker than Duanlingtian's, was not affected by the aura at all since he was standing behind Duanlingtian. Li Ping glanced at Xiaofan coldly, causing Xiaofan's face to turn pale with fright. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duanlingtian. His soul that had just entered the realm of a one basic celestial king sent out a powerful divine consciousness that shrouded Duanlingtian's body. Not even 100 years old? Based on the aura of Duanlingtian's flesh and blood, Li Ping was certain that Duanlingtian was not even 100 years old. He tried to probe Duanlingtian's cultivation base, but to no avail. You said he's the one who killed the disciples of the blissful sect with the sound waves? Li Ping turned to look at the elder from the blissful sect and said coldly, he's not even 100 years old, and yet, he killed so many disciples of the blissful sect in front of all of you. Do you think all of you can just stand there and do nothing? Li Ping's tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. The elder from the blissful sect was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat as the corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. He was so frightened that he remained silent for a long time. Senior uncle. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, spoke in a grave tone, although he's not even 100 years old, he's stronger than me. He's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. In fact, he might even be a quasi-celestial king. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanlingtian. A 10-direction celestial duke? A quasi-celestial king? Li Ping was taken aback by Lu Xiankong's words. Then, he looked at Duanlingtian skeptically. Him? I, Li Ping, can kill this brat who is not even 100 years old with a flip of my hand. Li Ping sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gathered in his right hand. Boom! In the next moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his right hand as he pushed it toward Duanlingtian. The palm seal was like a small mountain as it shot toward Duanlingtian. Boom! 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 When the palm seal passed by a celestial king, it was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping toward Duanlingtian. The sound of explosions reverberated in the air. Just as Li Ping's right hand was about to land on Duanlingtian's body, Duanlingtian was stunned. In the blink of an eye, at this critical moment, immobilization king. A layer of golden light rose from the surface of Duanlingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him completely. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! A deafening explosion rang in the air as Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, struck the silhouette of the golden Buddha that had risen from Duanlingtian's body. The terrifying force caused the silhouette of the golden Buddha to tremble. However, the silhouette of the golden Buddha remained standing even after the energy from the palm seal was depleted. It looked like a guardian deity who was loyal to Duanlingtian. Immobilization king? Who? Who are you? How do you know the blissful sect's celestial method? Although it was only a casual attack, Li Ping was still shocked that the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to block his attack. However, there was another thing that caught his attention. The purple-clad young man's celestial method was none other than the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king. Moreover, looking at the immovable wisdom king that the other party used, it was obvious that he had comprehended this immortal technique to the extreme and had completely mastered it. Senior Uncle Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, reminded Li Ping, he's the one who won the immobilization king celestial method during the alchemy conference. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Duan Lingtian. Also, I suspect that Master, he was most likely the one who killed him. Lu Xiankong's tone grew heavier as he spoke. What? He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect? That brat who's not even 100 years old but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Didn't you say he's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although Li Ping did not attend the previous alchemy conference, after Li An's death, he found out quite a bit about the alchemy conference. Among them, he knew about the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Chapter 2904. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly when he heard Li Ping's question. The high-ranking officials behind him could not help but smile wryly as well. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of Lu Xiankong and the others. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Senior Uncle Lu Xiankong smiled wryly and said, I didn't attend the alchemy conference. Master was the one who told me that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That's right, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect chimed in as soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking. Old ancestor Lian was the one who told us that. That's right. We haven't seen Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, so we can't be certain of his cultivation base. Old ancestor, Li Ping's expression darkened when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. He said angrily, based on what you're saying, my dead brother and should be held responsible for this matter? You won't even let a dead person off the hook? In the end, Li Ping's tone became incomparably cold. At the same time, Lu Xiankong and the others did not dare to say a word. When Li Ping saw that Lu Xiankong and the others had stopped talking, he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said coldly, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if someone who's not even 100 years old could withstand my attack after I've broken through and become a celestial king. Since you're able to withstand my attack so easily, you're at least a 10-direction celestial duke. In fact, you might even be a quasi-celestial king, right? As he spoke, Li Ping's words were clearly meant to test Duan Lingtian. A quasi-celestial king? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as a faint smile appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's indifferent and casual appearance fell into Li Ping's eyes. For a moment, Li Ping's heart skipped a beat and he became incomparably fearful. This Duan Lingtian, even though he knows that I've already broken through and become an immortal king, he's still so fearless? Li Ping was definitely the oldest person in the blissful sect. It was precisely because he had lived for so long and seen so much that he thought more. In his opinion, there were only 2 reasons why this purple-clothed young man could be so fearless at this time. The first reason was that he was deliberately mystifying. He wanted to use this kind of calm and indifferent attitude to make others fear him and not dare to rashly make a move against him. The second reason was that he had a powerful background, and he was not worried that the blissful sect would dare to touch him. The former was still fine. If it was the latter, the blissful sect would be annihilated even if he managed to kill the other party. Duan Lingtian. After thinking for a while, Li Ping took a deep breath, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, My brethren, was it you who killed him? Brethren? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. It's Lian. He's my cousin. Li Ping said in a deep voice. Lian? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he said indifferently, "You're talking about him?" "That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. However, it seems like he's not the only one who wants to kill me. Many people in the blissful sect want to kill me as well." Duan Lingtian glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, before a sneer appeared on his face. "That's why I'm in the blissful sect right now. I have a very bad habit," he said with a smile. "Generally speaking, I don't want to let those who want to kill me live." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice that was originally calm suddenly became louder. A pair of calm eyes suddenly shot out bursts of cold killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Li Ping's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was referring to them. Before Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Xiaofan to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duan Lingtian, they had a meeting. At that time, they had unanimously agreed to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, they had made the decision to kill Duan Lingtian because they knew Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background. But from the looks of it now, even if the other party didn't have any status or background, the decision they made in that meeting was extremely wrong. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king. Such a powerhouse was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. Fortunately, old ancestor Li Ping has successfully become a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian. God bless the blissful sect. If old ancestor Li Ping hadn't become a celestial king, the blissful sect would have been annihilated today. A quasi-celestial king won't care if we have a quasi-celestial king in the 6 southeastern regions. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect sighed in relief when they thought about Li Ping's current strength. At the same time, they were relieved that Li Ping had made a breakthrough at such a critical moment. They could only hope that Li Ping would kill Duan Lingtian. However, Li Ping had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian for the time being. In other words, he was still cautious. Duan Lingtian. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Since you've killed my brethren, why don't we put an end to this matter? I won't make a move against you anymore." Although Li Ping felt Duan Lingtian was only bluffing, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, the blissful sect would be annihilated. Put an end to this matter? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Li Ping's words. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard Li Ping's words. "I heard from Xiaofan that you didn't participate in the meeting that decided to kill me. Therefore, I won't kill you today, but I won't let any of them live." Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Based on Xiaofan's words, these people had participated in the meeting that decided to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our old ancestor, has already broken through and become a celestial king. He's being merciful by not killing you. If you continue to blabber on, our old ancestor will turn you into ashes. An elder from the blissful sect said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "That's right. If you want to kill us, you'll have to go through our old ancestor first." Another elder from the blissful sect chimed in. Although Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect remained silent, based on their expressions, it was clear they viewed Li Ping as their savior. Moreover, they were confident Li Ping would be able to protect them with his current strength. "It seems like all of you really view Li Ping as your savior." Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Li Ping's words. Li Ping's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's bright smile. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian, they're the pillars of the blissful sect. If you kill them, the blissful sect will be annihilated. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, naturally, the blissful sect is at fault. As long as you don't kill them, the blissful sect is willing to compensate you. As long as it's within our means, we'll compensate you. Based on Li Ping's words, it was clear he was willing to compromise. Naturally, there were two prerequisites. Duan Lingtian would not kill Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After Li Ping had become a celestial king, he had planned to leave the borderlands and the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. In fact, he had already made up his mind before he had broken through. For this reason, he knew he couldn't stay in the blissful sect forever, and he didn't plan to stay here forever. After all, if he stayed, not only would his cultivation base decline to that of a celestial duke, but he would also become a quasi-celestial king. Moreover, even if he went to the central area, it would be difficult for him to make any further progress. If Duan Lingtian killed Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, it would be equivalent to annihilating the blissful sect. Li Ping did not want to see that happen. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, apart from Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who seemed to have figured out Li Ping's concerns, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were puzzled. They wanted Li Ping to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Everyone, haven't you thought about how Duan Lingtian is so calm and fearless in the face of the old ancestor who has become a celestial king? Is it true that he has no background? He's a quasi-celestial king and a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Does he really not have a powerful background? The old ancestor must be worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect fell silent when they heard Lu Xiankong's voice transmission. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like they had no other choice. After all, it was too risky to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Ping's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, I came here today to kill them. Apart from that, I won't accept any compensation from the blissful sect. Li Ping, you can just stand by and watch. Chapter 2905. Li Ping, why don't you just stand by and watch? If you interfere, I, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person. When Duan Lingtian's voice entered the ears of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, it was as though a gust of cold wind had blown past them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fear rose in the hearts of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect and they heard Li Ping's words. This was because the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to say such words at this moment proved that he had his own confidence. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them, they still felt slightly uneasy in their hearts before they were 100% certain that he was deliberately mystifying them. You, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person? Li Ping sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the reason I'm willing to compromise is because I'm giving face to the force behind you. I'm not afraid of you at all. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Ping. No matter what, I can't just watch you kill them. If you want to kill them, you'll have to get past me first. Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they saw Li Ping's aura. Even the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt pressured when they sensed Li Ping's aura. Only Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who was the strongest among the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, fared better. Boom! 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 At this moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His terrifying aura caused the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect to shudder in fear. Even the people in the blissful sect's estate could sense his aura. What a powerful aura! This aura is Patriarch Li Ping's. This is the aura of an immortal king expert. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the blissful sect's estate. Soon after, many of the blissful sect's disciples flew into the air and approached the area. However, even if they approached, they only dared to watch from afar. That is, what's going on? Why did so many people die? Isn't that senior brother Huang Bin? He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How did he die here? As the group of blissful sect's disciples approached the scene, many of them discovered the corpses that littered the ground. They were the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples. They don't have any external wounds on their bodies, but almost all of them have blood stains on their 7 orifices. There are no external wounds, but blood is flowing out of his orifices. This doesn't seem like a soul attack. Rather, it seems more like a sound wave attack. Oh my God! Just a sound wave attack was enough to kill these senior brothers. What kind of powerful existence is the one who launched the sound wave attack? That kind of existence should be at least on the same level as Lord Sect Leader, right? A commotion broke out among the blissful sect's disciples when they saw the corpses littering the ground. However, after looking at the corpses for a while, they shifted their attention to the group of people standing in front of them. It's Lord Sect Leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping? I think so. Based on the situation, it seems like old ancestor Li Ping is very wary of the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. Isn't the purple-clad young man standing next to the Arhat? Earlier, the Arhat announced that he's leaving the blissful sect. Is it possible that he's planning to join the purple-clad young man? Since the old ancestor, who has become a celestial king, is so wary of the purple-clad young man. This purple-clad young man isn't simple. Those senior brothers must have been killed by his sound wave attack. At this moment, the blissful sect's disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. After all, the masters of the corpses were much stronger than them. However, all of them were dead now. Many of the blissful sect's disciples instinctively retreated, afraid that the purple-clad young man would unleash another sound wave attack. It seems like the sect leader and the others have arrived a long time ago, but the old ancestor has just arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move before the old ancestor arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move even though so many of their disciples were killed. It seems like the purple-clad young man is very strong. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to make a move against him. Who's that purple-clad young man? Could he be a 10-direction celestial duke? I've never heard of such a young 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions before. Who's he? Since the old ancestor has decided to make a move, I'm sure he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die. That's only natural. The old ancestor is no longer the same as before. He's now a celestial king. The blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they speculated among themselves. They were certain the purple-clad young man was strong. Otherwise, the sect leader of the blissful sect and the others wouldn't have stood idly by as the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of the blissful sect. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was stronger than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, they were confident in their old ancestor, Li Ping. After all, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a powerful celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands, celestial kings had always been considered invincible. It seems like you're still trying to stop me. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Li Ping's celestial origin energy surging out of his body. It was as though Li Ping had transformed into a god of war. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This flash of cold light was coincidentally caught by Li Ping. For a moment, Li Ping could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is he not just a 10-direction celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king? As the chill rose in his heart, Li Ping's mind suddenly, without any reason, came up with such a thought. It took a long time for the thought to surface in his mind. Since you've chosen to stop me, I'll let you die with them. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, an even more terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying aura from Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, were horrified when they sensed the aura of Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. In fact, in the depths of their eyes, there was even a hint of despair. At this moment, they could clearly feel the gap between Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap between their celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy was not just a few stages apart. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! Before the disciples of the blissful sect could react, a purple energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body and shot toward Li Ping. Swoosh! After all, Li Ping had used his celestial origin energy first. As soon as Duanling Tian made his move, Li Ping unleashed his celestial origin energy. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around him to protect him. In addition, one could also see a thick and translucent giant bell within the golden Buddha silhouette, enveloping his entire body. Immobilization King Art. Profound Bell Defense. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, realized what Li Ping was doing. Li Ping had cast the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization King Art, and the profound bell defense, the blissful sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial ability. Whether it was the immovable wisdom king or the profound bell defense, in terms of defensive abilities, they were top-notch among the Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Now, when they saw Li Ping execute the immobilization king method and the profound bell defense, they subconsciously believed in these two methods, and they subconsciously hoped that Li Ping would be able to block Duanling Tian's attack. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the difference between Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. It's too fast. It's impossible to record Master Duan's attack. As soon as Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, Xiaofan took out a floating image pearl that was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. However, he soon discovered it was impossible for a floating image pearl of this grade to record Duanling Tian's attack. Fortunately, Li Ping doesn't intend to run away. At least, we'll be able to record him defending against Master Duan's attack. I wonder if Master Duan's attack will be able to break through Li Ping's defense. With Li Ping's current defense, even an ordinary two-form celestial king won't be able to break through it without mastering a celestial method or divine ability. Xiaofan's heart was filled with anticipation as he used the floating image pearl to record the scene before him. After all, the aura of Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy had completely avoided Xiaofan's detection. Moreover, Xiaofan was standing behind Duanling Tian, so he could not detect Li Ping's celestial origin energy. Chapter 2906. As soon as these thoughts appeared in Xiaofan's mind, boom! Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that had emerged from Xiaofan's body like a torrential flood. In the next moment, bang! At the same time, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect heard a loud bang. Then, they clearly saw the scene before them. The golden Buddha silhouettes around Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could not withstand Duanling Tian's purple energy at all. As soon as they came into contact with the purple energy, the golden Buddha silhouettes shattered instantly. No. When the golden Buddha's silhouette was destroyed by Duanling Tian's powerful force, Li Ping let out a cry of unwillingness. At the same time, a small bell appeared in his hand. As soon as he infused it with his celestial origin energy, it shone brightly. In the next moment, Duanling Tian could clearly see Li Ping's appearance. The small bell in Li Ping's hand, after being infused with his celestial core power, extended a series of complicated and obscure translucent runes in a timely manner. These runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell that was shrouded in Li Ping's hand. In just a blink of an eye, runes began to appear on the smooth surface of the huge bell. These runes were none other than the small bell in Li Ping's hand. After leaving the small bell, the runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell. A king-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian speculated that the small bell in Li Ping's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon. The blissful sect has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of the 10-direction celestial duke while the other is in the possession of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Up until now, Duanling Tian still remembered the words of the sect leader of the Tai-E celestial sect. For this reason, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian, did not possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Although Duanling Tian had killed him, he did not obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the mysterious runes were added to the huge bell, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's attack, the purple energy from Duanling Tian's divine ability, landed on the huge bell silhouette. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the phantom of the huge bell shook. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the obscure runes on the phantom of the huge bell were fading at an extremely fast speed. Some of the runes faded for a while before completely disappearing. I didn't expect your divine ability to have such a strong defense after using a king-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian was surprised that Li Ping was able to give his divine ability such a strong defense. One must know that Li Ping's immovable wisdom king, in the blink of an eye, was defeated by his attack. Although Duanling Tian did not use his full strength, he was still able to defeat Lian. Although the power of his slap on the giant bell shadow outside Li Ping's body was somewhat offset by Li Ping's immortal technique immovable wisdom king, it was not much weaker than before. If Li Ping's body still had a layer of the golden Buddha shadow transformed by the Akalanatha, this power, at most, would only need to spend half a breath or a breath's time to completely destroy him. But now, the giant bell shadow on Li Ping's body lasted for a few breaths of time. Based on the situation, Duanling Tian would only be able to defeat the silhouette and kill Li Ping after the runes on the bell's silhouette disappeared. Duanling Tian. I admit defeat. Duanling Tian, from today onward, I'm no longer the old ancestor of the blissful sect. I'm no longer a member of the blissful sect. I have nothing to do with the blissful sect. Let me go. Let me go. Li Ping's panicked voice rang in the air. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to give up the blissful sect for his own life. After all, human nature was pragmatic. In the past, Li Ping might have done his best for the blissful sect. However, now that he was on the brink of death, he had made up his mind to give up his life. In particular, Li Ping had successfully broken through to the Celestial King stage. After leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area, he would have a bright future ahead of him. But once he died here, there would be nothing left. Everything would vanish into thin air. Moreover, if he died, the blissful sect's high-ranking officials would not be able to live as well. The blissful sect would be destroyed as well. At that time, no one would be able to praise him for sacrificing himself for the blissful sect. After thinking through all these, Li Ping still felt that his life was more important than anything else. It's too late. Hearing Li Ping's words that were filled with terror, Duanling Tian's expression remained calm, his gaze cold, and his tone indifferent. Bang! At the same time, the runes on Li Ping's gigantic bell disappeared. The gigantic bell that had lost its runes was completely destroyed by Duanling Tian's attack in just half a breath's time. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. In the next moment, boom! 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 After Li Ping's 2 layers of defense were destroyed, Duanling Tian's attack devoured Li Ping like a ferocious beast. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, Li Ping was dead. Moreover, when Duanling Tian's attack devoured Li Ping, the purple energy caused the space where Li Ping was standing to tremble. The sound of explosions rang in the air as though it would never stop. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, forcing some of the elders with weaker cultivation bases to retreat. Their faces turned pale from the gust of wind. Although the blissful sect's disciples were further away from the battle, most of them were sent flying by the strong wind due to their weaker cultivation bases. Some of them were even injured by the strong wind. In a battle between powerhouses, those with weaker cultivations within a certain radius were destined to be caught in the crossfire. This was unavoidable. Disperse. With just a thought from Duanling Tian, the purple energy that was still wreaking havoc in the air dissipated. It was as though the purple energy had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, the tension in the air eased a little. Return. When Duanling Tian raised his hand, a spatial ring and an exquisite little bell in the distant sky were pulled over by his energy. As expected, it's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duanling Tian held the small bell, he was certain it was a king-grade celestial weapon. Not bad. On top of that, it can be used together with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability to boost its prowess. It should be able to be used with other defensive divine abilities as well. For example, my East Rising Purple Qi. With this thought in mind, purple energy began to surge out of Duanling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy formed a purple light shield around Duanling Tian's body and enveloped him completely. In the next moment, Duanling Tian tried to use the exquisite little bell in his hand. Inscriptions extended from the little bell and merged with the purple light shield, causing many clearly visible inscriptions to appear on the purple light shield. I wonder if this king-grade celestial weapon can strengthen the defense of a celestial method? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian cast the celestial method he had won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around Duanling Tian, shrouding the purple light shield as well. In the next moment, with just a thought in his mind, the rune that extended from the exquisite little bell in his hand instantly passed through the purple light shield and merged with the golden Buddha silhouette. Yes. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this. Duanling Tian could clearly see inscriptions on the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Apart from that, he could clearly sense the defensive strength of the silhouette of the golden Buddha was much stronger than before. It seems like this is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the small bell in his hand. Ever since Duanling Tian had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he had studied the celestial weapons in the Devata realms. He knew the celestial weapons in the Devata realms were divided into several categories. Among them, defensive celestial weapons were most useful in enhancing one's defense. For example, the small bell in his hand was a perfect example. While Duanling Tian was experimenting with the king-grade celestial weapon, the exquisite little bell, the high-ranking officials and ordinary disciples of the blissful sect did not even dare to move their bodies. All of them were looking at Duanling Tian anxiously. At this moment, they were deeply afraid their actions would attract Duanling Tian's attention and bring about a fatal disaster to themselves. After all, even the strongest old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed by Duan Tian. If this had happened before Li Ping had become a celestial king, they would not have feared Duan Tian would annihilate the blissful sect even if Duan Tian had killed Li Ping. After all, it was highly likely that the blissful sect still had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was dead, they knew the purple-clad young man would not be afraid of the quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. Because the strength of those quasi-immortal kings was even inferior to Li Ping who had just died. Chapter 2907. Who is he? Just now, the old ancestor called him Duan Tian. Duan Tian? Duan Tian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Tian? Isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai-E celestial sect who became famous during the alchemy conference? That's right. It's him. The chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland's Tai-E celestial sect is also called Duan Tian. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Is Duan Tian the same as Duan Tian? You're thinking too much. Put aside the fact that the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect is not even 100 years old, he's an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if he's not a celestial alchemist, it's impossible for him to be so strong when he's not even 100 years old. That's right. Duan Tian is at least a celestial king. Moreover, he's not an ordinary celestial king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping even used the 10,000 talismans bell, one of the 2 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the blissful sect. Even then, he still couldn't block Duan Tian's attack. I'm afraid Duan Tian is at least a 3-talent celestial king. I agree. After all, Duan Tian didn't even use a celestial weapon when he attacked. In the distance, a group of blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Tian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Why did he come to the blissful sect? He won't attack us, right? If he attacks us, we'll definitely die. Someone like him won't bother to attack us, right? Since the disciples of the blissful sect did not know the purpose of Duan Tian's visit, they were afraid Duan Tian would attack them. After witnessing Duan Tian's strength, they knew Duan Tian's strength was not to be trifled with. If Duan Tian wanted to attack them, even the sect leader of the blissful sect would not be able to protect them. After all, even their old ancestor who had just become a celestial king had been killed by Duan Tian. Duan Tian's strength was the blissful sect of the blissful sect. If Duan Tian, Duan celestial, Duan Tian now, it's time to settle the score between us. Duan Tian ignored the disciples of the blissful sect. Instead, he looked at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, led by Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. As soon as Duan Tian's gaze landed on Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Tian. The reason old ancestor Lian went to the Tai-E celestial sect to kill you in the wasteland has nothing to do with us or the blissful sect. Please don't misunderstand, an elder from the blissful sect who was standing behind Lu Xiankong said to Duan Tian anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect nodded in agreement. Although they had agreed to kill Duan Tian, they had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, they could not admit to it. If they did, they would definitely die. Even Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had become a celestial king, had died in the hands of Duan Tian. If Duan Tian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. With how easy it was for Duan Ling Tian to kill Li Ping, it was impossible for them to even have the chance to escape. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily kill all of them before they could escape. That's right. After a while, another elder of the blissful sect stepped forward and said, Master Duan, we have nothing to do with Li and going to the Tai Celestial sect to kill you. He's just trying to seek revenge on you for being too arrogant during the alchemy conference. In the past, he didn't dare to make a move on you for fear that you might be from a powerful clan in the central area. However, after he returned to the blissful sect, he used the sect's intelligence network to investigate you. After confirming that you're not from a powerful clan in the central area, he immediately brought Xiaofan to kill you. After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Xiaofan who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, You're right. As for Xiaofan, he's the one who instigated Lian to kill you, Master Duan. He said that we're only trying to shirk responsibility and protect ourselves by holding a meeting to kill you. The elder of the blissful sect looked at Duan Lingtian sincerely as though he was trying to gain Duan Lingtian's trust. Nonsense. As soon as the elder of the blissful sect finished speaking, Xiaofan who had just put the floating image pearl away looked like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at the elder of the blissful sect and said coldly, What are you talking about? Elder Yuan, you're spouting nonsense. I admit that I participated in the meeting to kill Master Duan. In fact, I even declared that I wanted to kill Master Duan. However, if you say that I'm the main culprit and want to clear your name, I won't accept it. I won't take the blame for this. It's not my fault, so don't try to make me the scapegoat. When Xiaofan reached the end of his sentence, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emitting waves of coldness. Xiaofan, you're the culprit, and yet, you're trying to drag us down with you. We didn't offend you in the past, did we? Xiaofan. You and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan. What does it have to do with us? Xiaofan, don't think you can fool Master Duan. With Master Duan's intelligence, how could he not see that you and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, remained silent. However, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect pointed at Xiaofan and shouted. Based on their words, it was obvious they were trying to shift the blame to Xiaofan. Master Duan? The elders called Duan Lingtian Master Duan. Moreover, the elders mentioned that Master Duan is from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland. Is he really Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland? That's impossible, right? Master Duan isn't even 100 years old, right? It's already amazing that he has such achievements in alchemy even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he's also a celestial king? Is this a joke? The disciples of the blissful sect who were watching from afar were stunned and they heard the elders of the blissful sect addressing Duan Lingtian and mentioning Duan Lingtian's background. As far as they knew, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Master Duan of the Tai Celestial sect in the Wasteland was indeed called Duan Lingtian. He was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. After the alchemy conference, he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, they did not know much about Duan Lingtian from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland. I don't think that's possible. If he's really Master Duan, it's too unbelievable, right? That's right. He's not even 100 years old, but he's not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? Is it even possible for such a monster to exist in this world? I think it's impossible as well. How can there be such a coincidence? Earlier, the elders mentioned that Duan Lingtian had a feud with old ancestor Lian during the alchemy conference. As far as I know, there's only one person called Duan Lingtian from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland who attended the alchemy conference, right? Is it possible that he's really Duan Lingtian? This is too unbelievable. As the disciples of the blissful sect discussed among themselves, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was a supreme celestial alchemist. The purple-clad young man in front of them was at least a 3-talent celestial king. He was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect of the wasteland, Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw the elders of the blissful sect trying to frame Xiaofan, causing the elders to shut their mouths immediately. Master Duan. At this moment, Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Master Duan, even if you really want to kill me, I, Xiaofan, still want to say that apart from me, they're also the ones who decided to kill you. Xiaofan said coldly as he looked at the elders of the blissful sect. Xiaofan. You're going to die, and you're going to drag me down with you? Upon hearing Xiaofan's words, the elders of the blissful sect who had fallen silent earlier jumped up in anger. Master Duan, don't believe Xiaofan's words. Xiaofan has nothing left to lose. He just wants to drag a few more people down with him. That's right, Master Duan. Xiaofan's words can't be trusted. Master Duan, the group of blissful sect's elders looked at Duan Lingtian and began to defend themselves. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on their foreheads. Sect leader Lu, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian ignored the elders of the blissful sect and looked at Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had remained silent all this while. Master Duan, just as the elders of the blissful sect have said, this matter is the fault of my unfilial disciple, Xiaofan, and my master, Lian. Lu Xiankong finally spoke in a deep voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 2908. Although I wasn't involved in your death, Master Duan, Xiaofan is my direct disciple, and Lian is my master. It's only right for me to bear some responsibility. Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian and said sincerely, however, I hope you can spare the innocent elders of the blissful sect. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, Xiaofan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but burst out laughing. Lu Xiankong, although I've been your direct disciple for many years, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting. Grandmaster, all of you, and I were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to Grandmaster and me? If that's the case, why didn't you explain yourself when I said all of you were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan? Why are all of you trying to explain yourself after Master Duan killed Li Ping? Xiaofan sneered when he finished speaking. Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he's lying. Upon hearing Xiaofan's words, the elders of the blissful sect grew anxious again. They wanted to defend themselves, but Xiaofan's words did not reach their ears. However, Duan Lingtian was already tired of listening to their excuses. In fact, he knew they were trying to shift the blame when they tried to shift the blame to Duan Lingtian. After all, there was no reason for Xiaofan to lie to him earlier. He had only asked Xiaofan about it after he killed Lian. That was also the time when Xiaofan was the most terrified. At that time, Xiaofan couldn't possibly lie, nor did he have the guts to do so. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed when the elders of the blissful sect tried to shift the blame to Xiaofan. This cold snort was even colder than the cold snort from before. It made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next moment, before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, could react, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. Following that, purple energy surged out of his body, and the silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared. After a few moments, the silhouette of the golden Buddha merged with the purple energy, and the silhouette of the golden Buddha seemed to come to life. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian waved his hands, and purple palm seals shot out of his hands one after another before they rained down on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. No! Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, only had time to let out an indignant roar before he was drowned by the palm prince and turned into a bloody rain. Since the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were sect, they did not even have the chance of Duan Lingtian's death before they could react. Blood rained down from the sky, staining the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples and staining the ground red. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified. It was only when the blood rained down from the sky and became a part of the ground that the air seemed to have calmed down. However, the air was still filled with the stench of blood, and it was nauseating. The disciples of the blissful sect were no exception. Hiss! 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 Although the disciples of the blissful sect did not know what had happened, they realized something when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting a large number of spatial rings with just a wave of his hand. They realized that all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had been killed. Moreover, the blood on the ground was the best proof of this. For a moment, the disciples of the blissful sect trembled in fear. They wanted to throw up, but they did not dare to do so. They did not want to provoke the purple-clad young man in the distance. How nice would it be if I could always have this kind of power? After collecting the spatial rings of the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and clenched them a few times. A hint of intoxication could be seen on his face. Although Duan Lingtian's strength today was not as strong as when he was in the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, it was still not as strong as before. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would deplete his energy. However, the strength he had displayed today was comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. With the strength of a 10-direction celestial king, he easily killed Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect who had just become a celestial king. Then, he easily killed the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had everything under his control. He felt invincible in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It's a pity that my strength is depleted every time I use it. Now that I've depleted a lot of energy, I'm afraid my strength is only comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had depleted a lot of his energy. After all, Li Ping and the other high-ranking officials were not weak. He had to expend a lot of energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had an anxious expression on his face. After all, he was unsure if Duan Lingtian would kill him after killing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Thus, at this moment, he felt very tormented, extremely tormented. I was too greedy. I'm lucky to have obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and temporarily possessed strength comparable to an ordinary celestial duke. Ordinary people don't even have such an opportunity. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He felt that he had been too greedy. However, if it were anyone else, they would have the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. There were some things that one had not experienced before. Once one had experienced it, one would not want to lose it again. This was the case for Duan Lingtian at this moment. Among the people who decided to kill me during the meeting, are there any who escaped? After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He turned to look at Xiaofan and asked. And no. Xiaofan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he shook his head and said, apart from some elders who weren't in the blissful sect's estate, the high-ranking officials who attended the meeting in the blissful sect's estate are all present. Xiaofan paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. Then, he continued to say, however, there are some who escaped as well. There are some who escaped as well? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. For example, me. Xiaofan pointed at himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. You? Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiaofan indifferently. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked, I asked you to use the floating image pearl to record the scene of me killing Li Ping. Did you record it? Although it was an accident that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king, he did not move at all when I killed him. Under such circumstances, the floating image pearl, a Duke-grade celestial weapon, was able to record the scene of his death. Don't tell me you forgot. If you really forgot to record it, don't blame me for going back on my word and killing you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Xiaofan. I did record it. I did record it. Master Duan, I did record it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiaofan hastily nodded and sighed in relief. Now, there's something I need you to do. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he instructed Xiaofan, if you do this well, I won't pursue the enmity between us anymore. However, if you don't do a good job, you should know the consequences. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. Don't worry, Master Duan. I, Xiaofan, will definitely do a good job. I won't disappoint you. Xiaofan promised repeatedly in the face of Duan Lingtian's threat. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he turned around and left. He had no intention of bringing Xiaofan with him. Xiaofan heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back disappearing into the fog. At the same time, he stepped into the air and flew toward the blissful sex disciples in the distance. The blissful sex disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving and Xiaofan approaching them, their expressions changed immediately. Arhat! Arhat! Although their expressions changed, they still greeted Xiaofan respectfully. It was as though they had not heard Xiaofan's announcement that he was leaving the blissful sect. Due to the distance, the blissful sect's disciples did not know what Duan Lingtian had told Xiaofan. Moreover, even if they knew what Duan Lingtian had told Xiaofan, they knew Xiaofan would no longer be related to Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian left the blissful sect. They still did not dare to act impudently in front of Xiaofan. After all, Xiaofan's strength was far stronger than any of them. Most importantly, they thought Xiaofan was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, a 3-talent celestial king, or someone stronger than a 3-talent celestial king. For this reason, they did not dare to disrespect Xiaofan at all. I have something that I need all of you to do. Xiaofan said indifferently as he looked at the blissful sect's disciples. Chapter 2909. Master Duan. Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, who was waiting outside the blissful sect's estate, was unaware of what was happening in the blissful sect's estate. Only when Duan Lingtian walked out of the mist and appeared in his line of sight did his pair of eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well ripple with circles of ripples. Elder Tai. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to Tai He's side. After greeting Tai He, he looked at Huan, who was still immersed in comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Then, he looked at Tai He and said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the general region. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly. The general region? Tai He was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master Duan, although the general region is adjacent to the cross region, it's on the other side. Why are you going there? The general region was in the other direction, which was completely opposite to the direction they had taken to return to the desolate region. I'm going to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Tai He. For a moment, the light in his eyes that had not completely dimmed suddenly lit up again. It was as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Before coming to the blissful sect, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to visit the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, he did not intend to bring Murongbing to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian had thought about many things along the way. There was no doubt that Murongbing was his woman. For this reason, he hoped Murongbing would be able to live a peaceful life. If Murongbing left the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands to the central area with him, she would definitely encounter some unknown dangers. Moreover, Murongbing had spent most of her life in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She was used to living in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. All in all, he felt it was a good idea for Murongbing to stay in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. When he had the ability to rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family from the world of divine remains, he would return to the border of the southern heaven territory to take Murongbing away. 1,000 years later, I will come and take her away. That is, if I'm still alive at that time. Now, what I need to do, is to give her an environment where she can grow up safely and live a good life. On the way to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate in the general region, Duan Lingtian thought about many things. In the end, he felt he could not selfishly bring Murongbing along. After all, if he continued on this path, his future was uncertain, and his life and death were unknown. It would not be easy for him to grow strong enough to rescue Li Fei, and the others from the world of divine remains within 1,000 years. He would have to go through a cruel and dangerous process. He did not want Murongbing to go through this process with him. The general region was next to the cross region. Therefore, it was much faster to travel from the cross region to the general region compared to traveling from the wasteland to the cross region. Nevertheless, with Tai Tai's speed, it would still take him a few months to reach the cross region. Master Duan. After leaving the blissful sect's estate, Tai could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian, when you entered the blissful sect's estate, did you really kill the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect? In Tai Tai's opinion, the blissful sect was one of the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. Its strength was second only to the profound heaven celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said indifferently, apart from Fan, I've killed everyone from the blissful sect who participated in the meeting to kill me, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Duan Lingtian spoke very calmly as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. It was as though he was casually talking about something that was related to him but was not worth mentioning at all. Gasp. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Another high-ranking official from the blissful sect tried to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others, but I killed him as well. He gasped as Duan Lingtian continued to say nonchalantly, that's right. He tried to stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He was taken aback when he regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, Master Duan, are you talking about Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect? After he regained his senses, it was not difficult for him to guess who Duan Lingtian was referring to. Now that Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was dead, there were only 2 9 palaces celestial dukes left in the blissful sect. One of them was Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. He was Li An's direct disciple and a 9 palaces celestial duke. The other person was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He was a 10 direction celestial duke and the strongest person in the blissful sect. That's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ha! He scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He's just a 10 direction celestial duke. How dare he stop you from killing Lu Xiankong and the others? He's courting death. A 10 direction celestial duke? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai's words. Elder Tai, you're wrong. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stop me from killing Lu Xiankong and the others. What? Tai, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He asked in disbelief, Master Duan, based on your words, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king today? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master Duan, does this mean Li Ping is a one basic celestial king? Tai, he looked at Duan Lingtian with his mouth agape. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. At this time, Tai he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. This was because the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him was just too great. It seems like Master Duan is not an ordinary celestial king. Since he's able to kill Li Ping who has broken through and become a celestial king, he must be at least a two-form celestial king. Tai he thought to himself as he led Duan Lingtian and Huan on their journey. At the same time, he could not help but feel sorry for the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect survives, I'm afraid it'll be removed from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Once news of Li Ping becoming a celestial king and becoming a celestial king spreads, even the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions won't dare to support the blissful sect anymore. After all, they're worried Master Duan will attack them for supporting the blissful sect. Since Master Duan is able to kill a celestial king, it won't be difficult for him to kill them. Tai he was certain of this. He was certain the blissful sect was doomed this time. The reason why the blissful sect ended up like this is because they offended someone they shouldn't have. Duan Lingtian sighed. When Tai he thought of this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian again as his heart trembled. Elder Tai. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Tai he and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the profound heaven celestial sect is in the cross region as well, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he finished speaking. A cold gleam could be seen in his eyes. He recalled how Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. At that time, Bai Wuji had used Xiaofan's death as an excuse to kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. As a result, the Tai celestial sect lost an 8-trigram celestial duke. It would be fine if Bai Yuxian was dead. However, Bai Yuxian was still alive. It was obvious the profound heaven celestial sect had plotted to kill Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Yes. In fact, Tai he had hoped Duan Lingtian would avenge Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who was killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. However, he did not know how to bring it up. After all, Duan Lingtian was only a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. He was not obligated to avenge the Tai celestial sect. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian mention the profound heaven celestial sect, he knew what Duan Lingtian was up to. In that case, let's make a trip to the profound heaven celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, his expression that was slightly tense was no longer as tense as before. I'd like to ask Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, how did he manage to escape from the old ancestor's hands? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai he had guessed Duan Lingtian would go to the profound heaven celestial sect to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and Huan to the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. He had been to the profound heaven celestial sect's estate with his master many years ago, so he was familiar with the place. Master Duan, the profound heaven celestial sect is right in front of us. Chapter 29:10. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had a strong foundation. Most importantly, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was one of the strongest sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions did not even have a 9 palaces celestial duke, let alone a 10-direction celestial duke. Although some of the top sects had a 9 palaces celestial duke, they did not have a 10-direction celestial duke. For example, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, and the Blissful Sect were famous sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, there was only one 10-direction celestial duke among these top sections. Even so, their strength was only second to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in the 6 southeastern regions. There were 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to these 3 10-direction celestial dukes, their status in the 6 southeastern regions and even in the borderlands had been established. Naturally, this was only the strength of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Nobody knew if a sect had a quasi-celestial king in seclusion in the borderlands or not. After all, these powerhouses would only show up when the sect was in danger of being annihilated. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the Tai-E Celestial Sect had a quasi-celestial king. There was no lack of similar examples in the history of other regions in the borderlands. Because of this, even in the 6 southeastern regions and the entire borderlands, although there were many weaker top sects, no powerful top sect dared to rashly touch those weaker top sections. This was because those top sects only had weaker members in the current generation. They also had a glorious past and had given birth to many immortal kings. Nobody could be certain that none of the celestial kings who left the top sects were quasi-celestial kings who remained in seclusion in the borderlands. However, in the 6 southeastern regions, even the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not dare to easily annihilate the weaker top sects for fear of the quasi-celestial kings behind them. Although the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions dared to challenge them. Although the sect leaders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the Blissful Sect and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were on par with each other, the sect leaders of the Blissful Sect and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect were usually inferior to the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. After all, as long as the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect did not intend to annihilate the other top sects, they would not easily make a move even if they had quasi-celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is right ahead? Duanling Tian knew they had arrived at the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect when Tai He came to a halt. Upon hearing Tai He's words, Duanling Tian turned to look ahead. In front of them was a boundless forest. It was a verdant forest. Above this verdant forest, at a height of 10,000 meters, there was a cloud of mist that was clearly different from the other clouds. If Duanling Tian did not use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, with his current strength, he would not have noticed it. However, with just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell there was something different about the cloud. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's estate is located 10,000 meters above the forest. There are many celestial beasts in the forest that don't have intelligence and don't know how to fly. For this reason, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's disciples usually train here. He glanced at the cloud that Duanling Tian felt was slightly different. Then, he shifted his gaze to the forest in front of him. Duanling Tian nodded. Let's go and meet Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, who managed to escape from the old ancestor. I'd like to hear from him about how he managed to escape from the old ancestor. Duanling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gently shrouded Huan, and Tai He. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already 10,000 meters above the ground. They had even passed through the fog formed by multiple formations. The fog was the first layer of defense in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to break through the formation if they were not from the profound heaven celestial sect. As for Duan Ling Tian, with his strength that was comparable to an 8 trigram celestial king, he was able to pass through the protective formation easily. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like the profound heaven celestial sex estate is much stronger than the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. After passing through the fog and entering the profound heaven celestial sex estate, Duan Ling Tian heard Huan Er's voice. A few days ago, Huan had stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. She did not continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Tai he smiled wryly. He was already used to Huan Er's carefree attitude. After all, the profound heaven celestial sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the profound heaven celestial sex estate. He was taken aback. The profound heaven celestial sex estate was made of beautiful floating islands. Each of the floating islands had a different shape and structure. The only thing these floating islands had in common was that they were all exquisitely decorated. Even if one looked at them from afar, they were visually stunning and made one feel comfortable. Elder Tai, since we've come from afar, we're guests. I'm here as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai he who was standing next to him and said, therefore, you should greet your friends from the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. However, when Duan Ling Tian spoke with a smile on his face, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was still alive and that Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had been framed and killed by the profound heaven celestial sect, he was furious. Although he was not close to Shan, the Tai Yi celestial sect was still the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. After all, Shan was the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and he had a good relationship with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Therefore, if he had the ability to intervene, he would not stand idly by. All right. He had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to say this. Therefore, as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he immediately spoke. His voice that contained his majestic celestial origin energy swept out and shrouded the entire profound heaven celestial sex estate. I, Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, am here to visit the profound heaven celestial sect with Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. These were Tai he's words. Tai he's words caused an uproar in the profound heaven celestial sex estate. After all, anyone could tell that Tai he had barged into the profound heaven celestial sex estate uninvited. If Tai he was a 7-star celestial duke, let alone a 7-star celestial duke, even a 10-direction celestial duke would not be able to hear his voice so clearly. This was because the formation outside the profound heaven celestial sex estate was soundproof. Only celestial kings and above would be able to transmit their voices to the entire profound heaven celestial sex estate. Tai he, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect? The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect who had recently become a 7-star celestial duke? Based on his words, it seems like he didn't inform the profound heaven celestial sect beforehand. Did he barge into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited? Humph. He's just a 7-star celestial duke. How dare he? He seems to have come with Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian gave him the confidence to do so? Humph. Even the former number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, Sun Chao, can only wait outside. Even if Duan Lingtian has replaced Sun Chao as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, he still doesn't have the right to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai Tai He's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, many disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect felt that Duan Lingtian and Tai Tai He were being rude. Tai Tai He? Duan Lingtian is here as well? Why are they here? Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, raised an eyebrow when he heard Tai Tai He's voice. Duan Lingtian and Tai Tai He had barged into the profound heaven celestial sect uninvited. Moreover, based on Tai Tai He's tone, it seemed like they were here to look for trouble. Although Bai Wuji knew Tai Tai He and Duan Lingtian were here to look for trouble, he did not plan to personally meet them. After all, he was a prominent figure in the profound heaven celestial sect. Let's go. Let's meet Tai Tai He from the Tai E celestial sect. I'd like to see where he got the confidence to barge into the profound heaven celestial sect. A mere 7-star celestial duke dares to act so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he still dares to act so arrogantly in front of an 8-trigram celestial duke like he did earlier. Does he really think he can do as he pleases just because he has a brat by his side who's widely acknowledged as the number 1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Today, I'd like to see how Tai Tai He will give us an explanation for his rash actions today. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, did not plan to meet Duan Lingtian and Tai Tai He personally. Chapter 29:11. There were many beautiful floating islands in the profound heaven celestial sect's encampment. They looked like holy and ethereal islands. At the highest point of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, there were 3 small islands. Each of the 3 islands only had a courtyard and a house. The houses looked simple, but they were filled with flowers and plants. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai E celestial sect, and Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, have come to visit the profound heaven celestial sect. When Tai Tai He's voice resounded in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate, the 3 people who lived on the 3 small islands stopped what they were doing when they heard Tai Tai He's voice. One of the people who was drinking tea at a stone table in the courtyard stopped what he was doing when he heard Tai Tai He's voice. Tai Tai He, the guardian of the Tai E celestial sect who became a 7-star celestial duke a few years ago? The person who was drinking tea was an old man dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like an immortal. At that moment, the old man had a calm expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Clearly, he did not take Tai Tai He seriously at all. In the courtyard of another small island nearby, a middle-aged man was originally lying on the lawn of the courtyard, resting with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard Tai Tai He's voice, he stood up and sat on the lawn, muttering to himself, "Brother Tai Tai He." He muttered to himself, "A mere 7-star celestial duke dares to act so presumptuously in the profound heaven celestial sect. He's seeking death." After muttering to himself, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived. It was to the extent that even the blue robes on his body began to flutter at this moment. It was as though a cold wind was blowing at him. In the courtyard of the last small island, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe who was watering the flowers paused for a moment when he heard Tai Tai He's voice. His expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. If someone saw this middle-aged man dressed in a green robe and the middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe, they would definitely notice that the 2 of them looked identical. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. Other than the difference in their temperaments, there was nothing different about them. In the outer region of the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. As soon as Tai Tai He finished speaking, he, Duan Lingtian, and Huan were surrounded by a group of patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Tai Tai He with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although Tai Tai He's cultivation base was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the powerful high-ranking officials in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, however, with Tai Tai He's cultivation base, he was a deterrent to the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. A 7-star immortal monarch was sufficient to sweep through all of them without the slightest effort. If they were not worried about being questioned by the patrolling elders, they would not have dared to surround Tai Tai He and his 2 companions before the powerful high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect arrived. This was because there was a huge risk involved. As long as Tai Tai He attacked them, there was almost no chance of them surviving. Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai E Celestial sect of the Wasteland, seems like he came with ill intentions. I hope he won't attack us because of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's strength. The patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect thought to themselves. At the same time that this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts were also a little uneasy and incomparably perturbed. Swoosh! 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 After a while, the sound of wind whistling could be heard as a group of people flew over from all directions in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. The patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Tai Tai He in a different light. As it turned out, when they looked at Tai Tai He, their eyes were filled with dread and anxiety. When they looked at Tai Tai He again, their gazes were filled with pity and schadenfreude. Elder Hong is here. He's an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Qi is here as well. He's also an 8-trigram celestial duke. Elder Huang, Elder Qiu, and Elder Chen are all 7-star celestial dukes. This time, I'm afraid Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai E Celestial sect, is in trouble. Not only in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, but in any other sect, it's taboo to trespass on a sect's estate. When the patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect saw the group of high-ranking officials from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, they were relieved that Tai Tai He and his 2 companions were in trouble. The high-ranking officials from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were led by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in a long green robe and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Elder Hong. Moreover, according to the patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, he was an 8-trigram celestial duke. The middle-aged man was wearing a long, light gray robe and had a jade-like complexion. However, when he arrived at this area, he stopped in a timely manner. When he looked at Tai Tai He, his eyes were filled with ice-cold light. He was none other than the other 8-trigram celestial duke mentioned by the patrolling disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, Elder Qi. Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai E Celestial sect, you'll have to give the Profound Heaven Celestial sect an explanation for barging into our sect's estate, Elder Hong said coldly as he looked at Tai Tai He with a dark expression. That's right. Elder Qi looked at Tai Tai He coldly and said, Tai Tai He, as the supreme elder of the Tai E Celestial sect, you should know that trespassing on a sect's estate is taboo, right? I'm sure the Tai E Celestial sect doesn't allow outsiders to barge into their sect's estate, right? Elder Qi stared at Tai Tai He. As he spoke, his gaze became increasingly cold. Tai Tai He. If you can't give the Profound Heaven Celestial sect an explanation for what happened today, you can forget about leaving. That's right. If you can't give us an explanation, Elder Hong and Elder Qi won't even have to make a move. We're more than enough to make you stay in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect forever. Tai Tai He, you'll have to pay for your impulsiveness. After Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the strongest among the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, the other high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect also glared at Tai Tai He. Their words were not polite at all. It was to the extent that most of the people's words revealed bursts of cold killing intent. Tai, he was slightly taken aback when he heard the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Based on their words, it seemed like they thought he was the one who trespassed into the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. However, Tai he did not respond to the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Instead, he moved to stand behind Duan Ling Tian, as though he was the leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were stunned by Tai He's actions. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect indifferently before he said nonchalantly, he said calmly, "The one who trespassed into the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate isn't Elder Tai, it's me. I'm here today to listen to Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, tell me how he managed to escape when he Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, tried to kill him." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, many high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect scoffed. "You? Trespassing into the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate? Do you think you're strong enough to do that? That's right. Although you're a rare genius in alchemy, you're only an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, right? An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial like you won't be able to break through the formations in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's estate. Do you think we're stupid?" The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. "Everyone, haven't you heard about the news from the blissful sect? Although Master Duan from the Tai Celestial sect is talented in alchemy and the celestial path, he fabricated his identity and background. I've heard about this before." "Humph. How trustworthy can a person who fabricated his identity be? He's nothing but a liar." When one of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect mentioned that Duan Ling Tian had fabricated his identity and background, many of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect scoffed at Duan Ling Tian and looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. "I'll give you 3 breaths to leave," Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was indifferent, drowning out the voices of the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. "If none of you leave after 3 breaths, call Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, over here. I'll kill one of you. 3 breaths after I kill that person, if no one leaves this place, go and call Bai Yu Xian over. I will kill another person." And so on and so forth. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as though he was talking about something insignificant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finally regained their senses and burst out laughing. Chapter 29:12. He's just an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. How dare he say that? He must have lost his mind. How dare an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial threaten to kill us if we don't cooperate with him? I'd like to see, who among us will he kill after 3 breaths of time, and who will he be able to kill? Now that 1 breath has passed, there are only 2 breaths left. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect burst into laughter. Based on their words, they felt Duan Ling Tian was being ridiculous. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Although Elder Hong and Elder Qi, who were the leaders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, did not say anything, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain as well. He's Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland? The person whose name spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference? Yes. That's him. After the alchemy conference, he's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. It's said that he's not even 100 years old, and he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's undeniable that he's able to achieve such a feat in alchemy within the age of 100. It's also undeniable that he's able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100. However, I really don't understand how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him has the guts to say such words. How dare he ask the elders to cooperate with him? Moreover, if the elders don't cooperate after the span of 3 breaths, he'll kill one of the elders? Is he crazy? In the past, the blissful sect hasn't spread the news about him. Fortunately, the elders have to be wary of the major clans in the central area. Now that they've confirmed he's not from a major clan in the central area, there's no need for them to be wary of him anymore. He's digging his own grave by acting like this. Could it be that he still doesn't know that the blissful sect has investigated him thoroughly? He definitely doesn't know about it. If he knew, why would he be so arrogant? The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect laughed and they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect began to whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was spouting nonsense. More people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. 3 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's voice rang out once again. His voice was not loud, but once it rang out, it seemed to possess some sort of magical power that instantly suppressed the noise in the area. 3 breaths of time is up. I want to see which one of us you want to kill. An elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said, "My strength is only average among the elders of the blissful sect. I'm only a 6-combination celestial duke. Why don't you try and kill me?" A hint of mockery could be seen on the elder's face when he finished speaking. Many elders and disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. A bunch of idiots. Tai he glanced at the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect and shook his head when he saw the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were unmoved by Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. He felt sorry for the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. I was just thinking about who to kill first. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Before the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect could react, Duan Lingtian's words left their mouths. Ugh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who claimed to be a 6-combination celestial duke suddenly clasped his hands around his neck. His face was so red that it seemed as though blood was about to drip out of it. His facial features were contorted as though he was in excruciating pain. What's going on? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Even the elders of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who were disdainful of Duan Lingtian earlier had a grave expression on their faces. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air and everyone was shocked by the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's elder's strange actions and his face that was as red as blood. At the same time, they saw the elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who had insulted Duan Lingtian earlier suddenly exploded into a rain of blood, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Swoosh! The storage ring fell from the sky for a moment, then it was pulled by an invisible force and flew to a certain place. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put it away. Swoosh! 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 The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect finally regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian taking the spatial ring of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's elder. Their expressions changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. The two 8-trigram celestial dukes, Elder Hong and Elder Qi, glanced at Duan Ling Tian fearfully before they began to scan their surroundings. It was as though they were trying to find a hidden powerhouse in the surroundings. Although the elder from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who had been killed was only a 6-combination celestial duke, both of them could easily kill him. However, they knew they were not capable of killing the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's elder in such a bizarre manner. I'm afraid only a powerhouse like the sect leader would be able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke with such a bizarre method, right? Elder Hong looked at Elder Qi and asked through voice transmission. At the same time, he looked at Elder Qi with a fearful gaze. I agree. Only a 9 palaces celestial duke or stronger would be able to kill a 6-combination celestial duke with such a bizarre method. Even we didn't notice it since we weren't on guard. Elder Qi replied through voice transmission. In Elder Qi's opinion, with his and Elder Hong's strength, they would be able to detect a 9 palaces celestial duke if they were on guard. After all, they were 8-trigram celestial dukes. However, based on their previous state, it was only natural that they would not be able to detect a 9 palaces celestial duke's attack. For this reason, they speculated that the person hiding in the dark might be stronger than a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 9 palaces celestial duke. What's going on? He's dead? Elder Peng is a 6-combination celestial duke, right? A 6-combination celestial duke died just like that? Is Duan Ling Tian the culprit? The expressions of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's patrolling disciples changed drastically. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, they were no longer filled with disdain and mockery. Instead, they were filled with shock and confusion. However, when some of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect's elders followed Elder Hong and Elder Qi's gazes, they could guess what the elders were thinking. It seems like there's a hidden powerhouse behind this. Isn't it said that Duan Lingtian's identity as a disciple of a powerful clan in the central area is fake? The blissful sect went to great lengths to investigate this matter. That's right. How do you explain what happened earlier? At this moment, not only were the patrolling disciples confused, but even the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were confused as well. Very good. Another 3 breaths have passed. Duan Ling Tian did not expect no one would call by Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, out even after he had killed a 6-combination celestial duke. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Initially, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect did not take Duan Lingtian's threat seriously. However, after Duan Ling Tian said 3 breaths had passed, the death of the 6-combination celestial duke shocked the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. They began to take Duan Lingtian's threat seriously. During the next 3 breaths, the elders from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. It was just that they did not have time to react. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice again, their expressions changed again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Humph! Duan Ling Tian scoffed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man, Elder Hong, who was the leader of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. Based on the reactions of the people from the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian and the others from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were suspicious. These people thought the death of the 6-combination celestial duke from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was caused by a hidden powerhouse. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to show these people his true strength. An 8-trigram celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian appeared out of thin air in front of Elder Hong. Elder Hong only regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. His expression changed again, and his eyes widened in shock and fear. How fast? Chapter 29:13. An 8-trigram celestial duke? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he appeared in front of the 8-trigram Celestial Duke of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The expressions of Elder Hong and Elder Qi from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Swoosh. 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 Without any warning, a dazzling purple light shot out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into purple ribbons in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Hong could even react, the ribbons had already bound his limbs. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect only regained their senses after Elder Hong was bound by the purple ribbons. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Lingtian binding Elder Hong. No matter how hard Elder Hong struggled, he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's energy. Instantly, their pupils constricted. How's this possible? Heavens! Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just saw Duan Lingtian, a Tai Celestial Sect alchemist who's not even 100 years old, binding Elder Hong. Moreover, based on Elder Hong's current state, it seems like he's still unable to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraints. Isn't he an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? How can a mere overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial be so strong? Are you kidding me? This is too inconceivable. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were shocked by this scene. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who had just regained their senses were stunned as well. Similarly, they were shocked by the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Were you the one who made the move? When Elder Qi, who was standing beside Elder Hong, looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with dread and terror. He knew the person who killed the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's 6-combination Celestial Duke was not a powerhouse hiding in the dark. It was the purple-clad young man standing before him, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he also realized that Duan Lingtian was not just a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. A 9 Palaces Celestial Duke did not have the ability to force Elder Hong, who was on par with him, into such a predicament. Only a 10-direction Celestial Duke or a 10-direction Celestial Duke was capable of restraining Elder Hong so easily. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Lingtian was not an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial but a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Naturally, he only dared to guess that Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction Celestial Duke. He did not dare to guess that Duan Lingtian was a Celestial King. The fact that a person who was not even 100 years old was able to become a 10-direction Celestial Duke was enough to shock him. An immortal king expert who wasn't even 100 years old? He didn't even dare to think about it. What do you think? Faced with Elder Qi's question, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and glanced at him indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand at Elder Hong from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who was tied up by him. Although Duan Lingtian's action seemed casual, Elder Hong's eyes widened in anger. No! Elder Hong's shrill cry rang in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's ears as soon as it rang in the air. It was as though there was magic in his voice. At the same time, the people present on the scene saw Duan Lingtian's attack. As Duan Lingtian waved his right hand, a purple energy that resembled flames surged out and annihilated Elder Hong in just a blink of an eye. When the purple energy dissipated, only a spatial ring was left in Elder Hong's original spot. Then, Duan Lingtian casually put it away. After Duan Lingtian put Elder Hong's spatial ring away, he glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Elder Qi and the others were shocked and they saw Duan Lingtian. Fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. If no one summons the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect in 3 breaths, I'll kill another person. Elder Qi and the others were shocked and they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Horror dawned on them. Master Duan. Elder Qi immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "The young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is currently facing the wall in the Profound Heaven Cliff. The sect leader has ordered him to face the wall in the Profound Heaven Cliff for 10 years as punishment for Hishan's death." Face the wall? 10 years? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Elder Qi's words. Then, he sneered and said, "Sect leader Bai Wuji of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is really good at keeping up appearances. What's the difference between facing the wall for 10 years and not being punished at all? Also, now, 3 breaths of time have passed." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at Elder Qi with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Qi's expression changed drastically. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to kill Elder Qi, a voice rang in the air. "Stop! Stop!" A few angry voices rang in the air. Following that, 3 figures streaked across the sky like 3 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Moreover, they appeared in front of Elder Qi, who was about to kill Duan Lingtian. "Greetings, old ancestors." When the 3 of them appeared, Elder Qi, who was initially terrified by Duan Lingtian, felt as though he had just ascended to heaven from hell. He heaved a long sigh of relief and did not forget to salute the 3 people who had just arrived. Among the 3 people who had just arrived, there was an old man and 2 middle-aged men. The old man was dressed in a white robe. He was skinny and looked like a celestial being. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one was dressed in a blue robe while the other was dressed in a green robe. Based on their appearances, it was not difficult to tell they were twins. "Greetings, old ancestors." "Greetings, old ancestors." After Elder Qi bowed, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at the old man and the 2 middle-aged men. Based on their words, they revealed their identities. They were none other than the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect were the 3 10-direction celestial dukes of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Due to them, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was widely acknowledged as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Swoosh! Just as the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect arrived, the sound of whistling wind rang from afar. Following that, a figure that could be considered familiar to Duan Lingtian appeared in a timely manner. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian recognized Bai Wuji before the newcomer arrived. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Wuji was the one who had killed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. "Greetings, senior granduncle and junior uncles." After a few moments, Bai Wuji appeared behind the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect and bowed respectfully. The old ancestor was the white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. As for the twins, they were his junior uncles. Sect leader. At the same time, Elder Qi, the high-ranking officials of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the patrolling disciples of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect bowed respectfully at Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, were attracted by Elder Hong's cry. Now that they had arrived, they learned about the ins and outs of the matter from Elder Qi and the others. At this moment, Bai Wuji and the 3 old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Based on Elder Qi's words, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he was at least a 10-direction celestial duke. Master Duan. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "I'm deeply sorry for killing your old ancestor, Hishan. At that time, I really thought he had killed my son, Bai Yuxian. When I found out my son wasn't killed by your old ancestor, I felt extremely guilty. Therefore, I personally sent someone to compensate your sect. However, I was rejected by your sect leader. I'm aware of that as well. The profound heaven celestial sect owes your sect. How about this? If you have any requests, as long as it's within our means, we'll agree to it. It was clear Bai Wuji was willing to compromise when he spoke. Although he did not believe Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill a 10-direction celestial duke. However, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, Bai Wuji had no choice but to believe Duan Lingtian's words. A 10-direction celestial duke. He's a 10-direction celestial duke. Bai Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Request? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Bai Wuji's words. You're so straightforward, sect leader Bai. Wouldn't everything have been fine if you had said this earlier? Well, I do have a request. Moreover, it's only a small request for you and the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said. I'd like to hear the details. Although Duan Lingtian's words were simple, Bai Wuji had a bad feeling about this. My request is: hand over Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yuxian is your son, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to hand him over, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Wuji meaningfully. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Wuji's expression changed drastically. A hint of hesitation could be seen in his eyes. Humph. Chapter 29:14. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, knew that Duan Lingtian was a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. Even if the profound heaven celestial sect had 3 10-direction celestial dukes, they might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Moreover, how could a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old not have a powerful background? How could such a person exist among sectless cultivators? Bai Wuji was deeply skeptical. For this reason, he knew the profound heaven celestial sect might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if they were able to kill Duan Lingtian, they would have to consider the consequences. Under such circumstances, he hoped the matter could be resolved peacefully. For this reason, he had asked Duan Lingtian to make a request. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask him to hand over his son. This put him in a difficult position. On one hand, his son was his only son. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to his son. On the other hand, if he did not agree to Duan Lingtian's request, there would be no turning back. For this reason, he was in a difficult position. Humph. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was at a loss for words when one of the old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, one of the twin brothers, scoffed. Master Duan, my junior nephew is giving you face by allowing you to make a request. However, you shouldn't cross the line. The green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. He could vaguely guess what Bai Wuji was worried about. Cross the line? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. What are you laughing at? The green-robed middle-aged man's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian laughing. His grave expression seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. Do I need to report to you what I'm laughing at? Faced with the green-robed middle-aged man's question, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and asked indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the green-robed middle-aged man was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as if they could burn everything. Since he had become a 10-direction celestial duke and the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he had never been treated like this before. Who do you think you are? Duan Lingtian's voice continued. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian's next sentence that completely infuriated the green-robed middle-aged man, causing him to suddenly roar. Today, I, Zhou Ming, would like to see just how much weight you, a brat who isn't even 100 years old, have to actually dare to speak to me like this. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame. His celestial origin energy turned purplish-red. Clearly, he had cast the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. It was the divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had won from the profound heaven celestial sect. Brat, try to take my sword. Following the green-robed middle-aged man's roar, the purple torrent of energy on his body suddenly gathered together and finally turned into a sword, a completely purple sword. As soon as the green-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the sword suddenly shot out and left a huge visible sword mark in the void with a swoosh. This sword scar was so big that it gave people a visual shock. Swoosh. 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 After the gigantic purple sword left a gigantic sword mark in the air, it suddenly scattered and transformed into tens of thousands of purple sword rays that shot toward Duan Ling Tian. However, when they were still a distance away from Duan Ling Tian, the tens of thousands of sword rays merged into one again and merged into a sword. However, this time, the sword was no longer as huge as the first one. Its size was even smaller than the smallest sword ray among the tens of thousands of sword rays earlier. However, its entire body was blackish-purple in color. Furthermore, its entire body was glowing with purple light. Swoosh! As soon as the sword took form, its speed increased tremendously. It was much faster than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Only the other two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could clearly see the green-clad middle-aged man's attack. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Elder Qi, the 8 trigram celestial duke, could only vaguely see the purple sword ray flash before his eyes. Good, good. Very good. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhou Ming, one of the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, would make the first move. His eyes turned cold as he sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Faced with Zhou Ming's ferocious attack, a purple light burst out of Duan Ling Tian's body. It was as though a ball of purple flames was burning on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was shrouded in purple flames, suddenly moved. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, could no longer see Duan Ling Tian's figure. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. Before the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect could even react to Duan Ling Tian's disappearance, how's this possible? Is this Duan Ling Tian's technique? In their eyes, the black-purple sword ray that was charging toward Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been caught by an invisible hand and stopped in mid-air. Immediately, the space where the black-purple sword light stopped trembled. Water-like ripples spread out. Then, waves of terrifying aura extended out. Following that, they saw the black-purple sword ray flying toward Zhou Ming. After the black-purple sword beam paused, it strangely changed directions and rushed toward Zhou Ming. It's Duan Ling Tian. How can he be so fast? He actually caught Brother Ming's attack with his bare hands. When the black-purple sword ray changed directions, the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect and Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were shocked. At the same time that the black-purple sword light changed direction, a figure clearly appeared beside the sword light. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who seemed to have vanished into thin air earlier. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the black-purple sword ray with one hand. No matter how hard the black-purple sword ray struggled, it could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. At this moment, the black-purple sword ray was like a dragon that could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian held the black-violet sword ray in his hand as his figure flashed and charged towards Zhou Ming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength had weakened compared to when he was in the blissful sect, his strength was still comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king. He had easily blocked Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was a 10-direction celestial duke, without using a king-grade celestial weapon. Not only did he block it, but he also held Zhou Ming's attack in his hands, preventing it from exploding or dissipating. The strength of a celestial king far surpasses the strength of a celestial duke. Moreover, my celestial origin energy is comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king celestial origin energy. How can a mere 10-direction celestial duke compare to me? Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Ming's attack was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian's attack. Zhou Ming's attack was like a mosquito bite to Duan Lingtian, it could not be moved at all. The strength of an 8-trigram celestial king was enough to easily crush a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is only so. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of Zhou Ming. He smirked coldly and left these words behind. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed the blackish-purple sword ray that Zhou Ming condensed with his right hand before grabbing it. The black-purple sword ray was instantly crushed into pieces. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's right hand that was clenched tightly because he had shattered the black-violet sword ray formed a fist and swung it towards Zhou Ming. At the same time, on Duan Lingtian's right fist, apart from the purple energy that was raging and skyrocketing, there was also a layer of golden light that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that a golden light had appeared on Zhou Ming's body. At some point, golden silhouettes had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. They were the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. At this moment, the golden silhouettes on Duan Lingtian's right fist transformed into the silhouettes of golden Buddhas. It's the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. The same thought appeared in the minds of the other 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect as soon as they saw Duan Lingtian's fist. Master Duan, please show mercy. One of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, the blue-clad middle-aged man, cried out anxiously with a horrified expression on his face. Alas, it was too late. Bang! Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect and a 10-direction celestial duke, did not even have the time to defend himself before he was reduced to a cloud of blood that fell to the ground. After Zhou Ming died, his spatial ring was also in Duan Lingtian's hand. A 10-direction celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect is nothing much. Meanwhile, the others who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at the scene before them. Although they did not see what had happened clearly due to Duan Lingtian's speed, they could vaguely guess what had happened. Heavens! Don't tell me Ancestor Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian? No. No way. The high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect and the patrolling disciples could not help but feel their hearts trembling in fear. Brother Ming. Chapter 29:15. When the blue-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though he could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and burn his bones into ashes to avenge his twin brother. However, as soon as the cold gleam appeared in his eyes, he forcefully suppressed it. He even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the blood mist falling from the sky. In this lifetime, he and his twin brother, Zhou Ming, depended on each other for survival. It could be said that the person closest to him was his twin brother, Zhou Ming. Now, Zhou Ming was dead. Moreover, Zhou Ming was killed right in front of him. He was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear the person who killed his twin brother Zhou Ming into 1,000 pieces and burn their bones to ashes. However, as soon as he thought of the terrifying strength of his opponent, a wave of fear involuntarily arose in his heart, and he could only forcefully suppress the monstrous hatred in his heart. Zhou Ming. The expression of the other old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, the white-haired old man, changed drastically when he saw Zhou Ming's death. When he looked at Duan Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and horror. Duan Tian had killed a 10-direction celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, the 10-direction celestial duke did not even have a chance to defend himself. Even if the 10-direction celestial duke had attacked him, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Junior Uncle Ming. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, finally regained his senses after the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect cried out in anguish. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Tian. It was as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper who could take the lives of everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect. In his eyes, Duan Tian was no different from the Grim Reaper. His junior uncle Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, was killed by Duan Tian before he could even retaliate. One could only imagine how terrifying Duan Tian was. Even a quasi-immortal king wouldn't have the ability to kill martial Uncle Ming so easily, right? This Duan Tian, could it be an immortal king expert? Thinking of this, Bai Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear on his face grew even stronger. Dead? Patriarch Zhou Ming is dead? This Duan Tian actually has the ability to kill Patriarch Zhou Ming? Old ancestor Zhou Ming was a 10-direction celestial duke, but he managed to kill old ancestor Zhou Ming in such a short time. Even a quasi-immortal king is unable to accomplish this, right? Could it be that he's an immortal king expert? Although the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect and the patrolling disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect did not manage to see what had happened, they were shocked. However, based on the current atmosphere, they could guess that Duan Tian had killed the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. It was precisely because of this that they were all shocked. To them, this was too inconceivable. A young man who was not even 100 years old was able to kill the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, a 10-direction celestial duke, in just a blink of an eye. Who was this young man? Sect leader Bai, can you bring your son here now? After killing Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, Duan Tian, asked Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Wuji's expression darkened when he heard Duan Tian's words. Then, he cupped his hands together and bowed respectfully at Duan Tian. Master Duan, I'll bring my unfilial son here now so that you can do whatever you want with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the profound heaven cliff in the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. His only son, Bai Yuxian, was currently reflecting on his actions in the profound heaven cliff. Master Duan, I'll bring Bai Yuxian here now. After Bai Wuji left, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect said to Duan Tian before he followed Bai Wuji. Duan Tian did not stop the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, he knew the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect wanted to follow Bai Wuji because he was worried Bai Wuji would let Bai Yuxian go or escape with him. If that happened, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect would definitely be turned upside down. Swoosh! After putting Zhou Ming's spatial ring away, Duan Tian returned to Huan, her side in just a flash. She held Duan Tian's hand and leaned against him with a calm expression on her face. It was as though she was not shocked by Duan Tian's strength at all. Even Tai Tai he, who was standing at the side, remained calm as he watched the scene unfold before him. After all, he had seen how Duan Lingtian killed Lian, a 9 palaces celestial duke from the blissful sect. Moreover, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had broken through and become a celestial king, but was killed by Duan Lingtian. Tai Tai he had a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even a celestial king had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian from the Tai Yi celestial sect. What was a mere 10-direction celestial duke to him? Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan stood in the distance while the high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect remained silent. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would target them if they made a sound. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was akin to the Grim Reaper in the eyes of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. While they were waiting for Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, to arrive, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect were extremely anxious. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Wuji's voice from afar. "Master Duan, I've brought Bai Yu Xian here." The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect and a young man with a confused expression on his face had returned as well. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect had returned with him. The young man was none other than Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. After a few moments, Bai Wuji and Bai Yu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Bai Yu Xian was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he had been caught by his father all of a sudden. From the beginning to the end, his father had not told him what had happened. Therefore, he did not know anything. He was confused when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard his father's words earlier. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the master Duan his father had mentioned. "Young master, we meet again." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yu Xian and smiled faintly when Bai Wuji let go of Bai Yu Xian's hand and allowed him to hover in the air. "You? Why are you here?" Now, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, no matter how stupid Bai Yu Xian was, he could tell that something was wrong. "Master Duan." Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Bai Yu Xian, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, took the initiative to explain how Bai Yu Xian had framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. "Master Duan, although I didn't know about this, I'm also at fault for covering up for him." Bai Wuji looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "Therefore, after you kill my unfilial son, you can kill me as well. I only hope that after you kill me and my unfilial son, you'll spare the profound heaven celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect." Bai Wuji's words were filled with sincerity and sincerity. Sect leader. Upon hearing Bai Wuji's words, the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect reprimanded Bai Yu Xian. "It's all Bai Yu Xian's fault. It has nothing to do with you. After all, you didn't know about his scheme beforehand." "That's right, sect leader. Bai Yu Xian should pay with his life. You don't have to bear the consequences for him." Sect leader, Bai Wuji smiled bitterly when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect. As the saying goes, if the son doesn't teach him well, it's the father's fault. "Master Duan, I hope you can forgive me for my actions and not implicate the profound heaven celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect." As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, swoosh! Bai Wuji's figure shot up into the sky without any warning. After a few moments, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as blood mist fell from the sky. A spatial ring could be seen falling from the sky. It was the spatial ring that Bai Wuji had worn when he was alive. "Master Duan." At the same time, a person flew toward Duan Lingtian from afar. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "What Duan Lingtian said is true. Everything the sect leader said just now is the truth. I'm willing to use my name to testify for him. He Shan's death is all on Bai Yu Xian." Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person who had just arrived. It was none other than He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of He Pei Yuan. Junior granduncle, save me. Although Bai Yu Xian did not know what had happened and why his father had committed suicide, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cried for help from the blue-clad young man standing nearby. The blue-clad young man was the twin brother of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Chapter 29:16. Save you? Zhou Wen, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was standing in the distance and mourning the death of his twin brother, Zhou Ming, looked at Bai Yu Xian coldly when he heard Bai Yu Xian's cry for help. "You little bastard, I've treated you well in the past, but I didn't expect you to bring such a disaster to the sect. Now, not only did you kill your junior granduncle Zhou Ming, but you even killed your father. How dare you ask me to save you?" At the end of his sentence, Zhou Wen glared at Bai Yu Xian, his eyes burning with rage. If rage could hurt, Bai Yu Xian would have been burned to death many times over. "If I had known that a little bastard like you would bring such a calamity to the sect, I would have killed you long ago to prevent future troubles." When Zhou Wen spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "My pitiful little brother Ming. He was actually implicated to death by a little bastard like you." Bai Yu Xian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. "What? Junior granduncle Ming is dead?" Bai Yu Xian was completely dumbfounded. Humph. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect who had followed Bai Wu Ji to bring Bai Yu Xian to the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Bai Yu Xian and scoffed. "Isn't it because of you, little bastard? If you didn't scheme to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, would Master Duan have come looking for you? If Master Duan didn't come looking for you, would Zhou Ming have died? Would your father have died? In my opinion, you're the one who deserves to die the most." The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect who was usually mild-mannered had a furious expression on his face. "Master! Master Duan?" Bai Yu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief when he heard the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect's words. How's it possible? How is it possible that he's so strong? Didn't the people from the blissful sect investigate him thoroughly? Isn't he just a transcender with no background? Bai Yuxuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. He knew Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with when he saw his father, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, commit suicide. However, he did not expect one of the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, Zhou Ming, a 10-direction celestial duke, would die because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, based on the current situation, it seems that, the other two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter of Zhou Ming's death because of Duan Lingtian at all. When he heard the words of the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, he could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Although he could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, he did not think it was because of Duan Lingtian's background. Moreover, the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. It did not cross his mind that the three old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old and Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. It was rare for a prominent celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even better than some Duke-grade celestial alchemists. For this reason, Bai Yuxian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the three old ancestors of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Where's the powerhouse by his side? He's able to make Junior Granduncle Wen and Junior Granduncle Ming so wary after killing Junior Granduncle Ming. I'm afraid he's not just a quasi-celestial king. The person by Duan Lingtian's side is most likely a celestial king. Bai Yuxian's heart skipped a beat as he began to scan his surroundings. It was as though he was trying to locate the celestial king next to Duan Lingtian. Alas, he was destined to come up empty-handed. In the end, his gaze landed on Tai Tai He, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, he thought Tai Tai He was the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. However, after a few moments, he felt Tai Tai He looked familiar. I remember now. He's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect. I've seen him once. If that's the case, he's not the celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side. The celestial king by Duan Lingtian's side is indeed hiding in the dark. With this thought in mind, Bai Yuxian continued to look around. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. He was unwilling to accept that Duan Lingtian had such a powerful background and Duan Lingtian had such a powerful protector by his side. Humph. Stop looking around. After a while, Zhou Wen glanced at Bai Yuxian coldly and said, Master Duan doesn't have any other powerhouses by his side. Your senior granduncle Ming was killed by Master Duan because of you, you little bastard. He was afraid Master Duan would vent his anger on the Profound Heaven Celestial sect for killing Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial sect, and even annihilated the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Zhou Wen could guess Bai Yuxian's thoughts when he saw Bai Yuxian looking around. What? Bai Yuxian was dumbfounded when he heard Zhou Wen's words. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from a complicated expression on his face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He's capable of killing Junior Granduncle Ming? Moreover, my father committed suicide because he was worried Duan Lingtian would destroy the Profound Heaven Celestial sect? How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so powerful? Bai Yuxian found it hard to believe. If there's an afterlife, remember this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly looking at Bai Yuxian, suddenly opened his mouth as his eyes gleamed coldly. He slowly said, There's always someone stronger. Sometimes, a small mistake can cost you your life. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, a purple palm print shot out from his hand. Like a small mountain, it pierced through the sky and headed straight for Bai Yuxian. Bang! It was only when everyone heard the loud explosion that they saw the space where Bai Yuxian was standing rippling as a bloody mist fell from the sky. Bai Yuxian's spatial ring slowly fell to the ground. What happened today is purely because I can't stand Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. If the Profound Heaven Celestial sect decides to hold the Tai E Celestial sect accountable for this, or do something to them. After killing Bai Yuxian, Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect who were present on the scene before he slowly said, You're right. I don't mind coming back to the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to annihilate the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Although Duan Lingtian's words were spoken calmly, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect shuddered when they heard them. Don't worry, Master Duan. The old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect said as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words, As long as I'm in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, I won't allow the Profound Heaven Celestial sect to do anything to the Tai E Celestial sect. Master Duan, I, Zhou Wen, can promise you that as well. Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, also expressed his promise to Duan Lingtian. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his twin brother, he knew he had to be careful. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew he would never be able to avenge his twin brother. Under such circumstances, he could only bury his hatred for Duan Lingtian in the depths of his heart. Unless one day, he was strong enough to avenge his twin brother. Otherwise, he would never bring up the grudge between him and Duan Lingtian again. It's not just you. If the future generations of the profound heaven celestial sect dare to make things difficult for the Tai celestial sect, I won't let the profound heaven celestial sect off the hook. Duan Lingtian said, causing the people from the profound heaven celestial sect to tremble in fear. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the sight of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. It was as though he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, who were 10 direction celestial dukes, did not see any trace of Duan Lingtian's departure at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect said, "Elder Qi, from today onward, you'll be in charge of the sect's affairs. After Xiaofan and I have a discussion, we'll decide on a new sect leader." The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect looked at the middle-aged man standing at the front of the group of high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect and said in a deep voice, "I hope that the sect will remain stable for a long time. During this time, I hope that the sect can continue to be stable. You should understand what I mean. If you perform well, you might be the next sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect." When the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect finished speaking, he looked at Elder Qi meaningfully. "Yes, old ancestor." Elder Qi was one of the 8 trigram celestial dukes who led the high-ranking officials from the profound heaven celestial sect before the 3 old ancestors and the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect arrived. The other 8 trigram celestial duke had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he was alive, he was glad that the 3 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect had arrived in time. One of them had even blocked the saber for him. When he heard the words of one of the 2 old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect, he was overjoyed. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Chapter 29:17. Elder Qi from the profound heaven celestial sect was from the same generation as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect who had committed suicide. They had even competed for the position of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect with Bai Wuji. However, since he was inferior to Bai Wuji in every aspect, he had no chance of becoming the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. This had become his obsession for almost half of his life. He did not expect he would one day have the opportunity to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, he was even more grateful to Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, for coming to the profound heaven celestial sect in such a domineering manner. Although Duan Lingtian had done it unintentionally, it had given him a chance. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian had only gone to the profound heaven celestial sect to seek justice for Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Now that Bai Wuji and Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, had died, Xiaofan should be able to rest in peace. Master Duan, on behalf of the Tai celestial sect, I thank you on behalf of the old ancestor for avenging him. After Duan Lingtian left the profound heaven celestial sect's estate with his celestial origin energy, he immediately bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a member of the Tai celestial sect, he was only a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. For a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect, avenging the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was not his duty. For this reason, he was truly grateful to Duan Lingtian for his actions earlier. Elder Tai, you're too kind. I'm still a revered elder of the Tai Celestial sect. It's my duty to avenge the old ancestor. There's no need for you to thank me, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Moreover, the profound Heaven Celestial sect's actions are truly despicable. Before he could reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to bring us to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be his last stop. After this stop, he planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions and even the entire borderlands to head to the central area. That place would be his brand new stage. Yes, Alchemist Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he hurriedly accepted the order. He was even more humble than when he was in front of the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Tai's heart was filled with respect for the Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had avenged Xiaofan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, he had even more respect for Duan Lingtian. He continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Huan along the way. He was unaware that Duan Lingtian had only asked him to bring them along because he did not want to expend too much of his celestial origin energy. After all, the celestial origin energy in his body was comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king since it came from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not waste his celestial origin energy so easily. At this moment, he thought Duan Lingtian wanted to continue comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. That was why Duan Lingtian asked him to bring him along. Now that I've expended a lot of my celestial origin energy, I'm comparable to an 8-trigram celestial king before I went to the profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, now, I'm only comparable to a 6-combination celestial king at most. I'll have to conserve as much of my celestial origin energy as possible when we arrive at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy will be reduced to its original state before we even reach the central area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led him away from the cross region to the general region. After all, he was only a 7-star celestial duke. It would take some time for him to bring Duan Lingtian and Huan to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. For this reason, apart from chatting with Huan occasionally, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time cultivating. Naturally, his cultivation did not increase his current strength. He could only increase his strength before he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. While he was leading Duan Lingtian and Huan toward the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the general region, meanwhile, the Blissful sect was in chaos. The Blissful sect's disciples, who had only noticed the commotion but had no idea what was going on, eventually learned about what had happened from the surviving disciples who were present at the scene. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, came to the Blissful sect and killed old ancestor Li Ping. Old ancestor Li Ping. Didn't he break through and become a celestial king? This is a joke, right? Old ancestor Li Ping did break through and become a celestial king. However, Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, is much stronger than old ancestor Li Ping. He easily killed old ancestor Li Ping. Oh my god! Isn't this too unbelievable? Didn't Duan Lingtian say he's not even 100 years old? This is the most terrifying thing about Duan Lingtian. Most of the high-ranking officials in the Blissful sect have been killed by Duan Lingtian. There are only a few high-ranking officials left in the outside world. I'm afraid the Blissful sect will be eliminated from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Putting aside the fact that the high-ranking officials of the Blissful sect who are lucky enough to survive in the outside world, we still have quasi-celestial kings whose ancestors are living in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Do you think they'll dare to come out and lead the blissful sect? That's right. The blissful sect situation is different from the Tai-E celestial sect situation. In the past, although the Tai-E celestial sect was on the verge of being annihilated, they were able to save the sect due to the strength of their quasi-celestial kings. Due to this reason, the Tai-E celestial sect had stood up and revived the sect. On the other hand, old ancestor Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, is dead. Even if we have quasi-celestial kings who live in seclusion in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, would they dare to come out? Of course not. Isn't that obvious? As soon as old ancestor Li Ping became a celestial king, he was already stronger than the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect. Now that old ancestor Li Ping is dead, there's a chance the quasi-celestial kings in the blissful sect will be killed by Duan Lingtian. The blissful sect is doomed this time. Everyone, let's think about what to do next. I plan to leave the blissful sect tomorrow and cultivate in seclusion. After my hair grows out, I'll join another top sect. With my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to join another top sect. Why do you have to wait until your hair grows out? If you don't wait until your hair grows out, won't it be as good as telling others that you're a disciple of the blissful sect? After today, news of Duan Lingtian annihilating the blissful sect will spread throughout the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. At that time, who would dare to recruit a disciple of the blissful sect? You're right. It seems like I'll have to grow out my hair from today onward. At this moment, the blissful sect was in a state of disunity. Most of the disciples were looking for a way out. Xiaofan, the arhat of the blissful sect, stood in the air above the blissful sect's estate as he looked at the disciples who were leaving. I've completed part of the mission Master Duan gave me. From today onward, the blissful sect will cease to exist. Next, I'll spread the news of Master Duan's actions in the blissful sect's estate. Xiaofan muttered to himself before he disappeared from the blissful sect's estate. After that, he left the blissful sect's estate as well. Before Duan Lingtian left the cross region, news of what had happened to the blissful sect after he arrived at the blissful sect's estate had spread like wildfire. The news shocked everyone. In the region surrounding the blissful sect, the people there regarded the blissful sect as a sacred existence that they could only look at from afar. But now, they found out, the blissful sect had been annihilated. The blissful sect has been annihilated? This must be a joke, right? Heavens! Is this true? The blissful sect is one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, second only to the profound heaven celestial sect. How could it be annihilated? The most ridiculous thing is that the blissful sect was annihilated by Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect? The Duan Lingtian who became famous during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Yes. It's him. I thought he's not even 100 years old. How could he annihilate the blissful sect when he's not even 100 years old? The most ridiculous thing is that one of the old ancestors of the blissful sect had successfully broken through and became a one basic celestial king, but he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. A person who's not even 100 years old is capable of killing a celestial king? As the news spread, more and more people began to doubt the veracity of the blissful sect's news. Many people decided to go to the blissful sect's estate to investigate the matter. In the end, they were led to the blissful sect's estate by some powerful sectless cultivators. As expected, the blissful sect's estate was empty. Most importantly, the blissful sect's estate was empty. The primitive celestial crystal lode in the blissful sect's estate was emptied as though it had been plundered. At this moment, everyone was convinced. Chapter 29:18. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the cross region and entered the general region with Tai Tai He. Master Duan, this is the general region. However, since I've never been to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, I don't know its exact location. After entering the general region, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, therefore, I plan to look for a big city or a powerful force to inquire about it. We'll continue our journey after we find out where the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate is. Elder Tai, I'll leave these matters to you. Duan Lingtian nodded with an emotionless expression. After entering the general region, Duan Lingtian discovered he could no longer remain calm. I wonder if I'll be able to see her after I go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian did not plan to see Murongbing during this trip to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Unless Murongbing came out of her own accord, he would not force her. After all, he did not plan to bring Murongbing with him to the central area of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. Although Duan Lingtian did not show any abnormalities, she had been with Duan Lingtian for quite some time now. Therefore, she was very familiar with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, she could clearly sense that Lingtian's emotions were slightly unstable. His aura was also slightly unstable. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and gently squeezed his palm as though she was trying to calm Duan Lingtian's agitated aura. Huan, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huan's hand affectionately. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Don't worry. While Duan Lingtian, Huan entered the general region, news of the blissful sect being annihilated by Duan Lingtian had spread in most of the cross region. In the profound heaven celestial sect's estate. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Zhou Ming, by Wuxia, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and killed by Yuxuan, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, by Yuxuan, a dark cloud loomed over the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the seventh elder who had a chance to become the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone else was feeling gloomy. After all, the deaths of Zhou Ming, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, and by Wuxia, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, were a great blow to the profound heaven celestial sect. For this reason, after that incident, the profound heaven celestial sect's estate was devoid of laughter. Today, the profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar again after a piece of news came from the outside. The profound heaven celestial sect was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, killed Li Ping, a one basic celestial king from the blissful sect, and annihilated the blissful sect? Is this true? Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has broken through and become a celestial king? Many people seem to have confirmed this news. Up until now, no one has any evidence to prove it's false. Heavens! If this is true, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king? The entire profound heaven celestial sect was shaken by the news that the blissful sect had been annihilated. It was as though an earthquake had taken place. Does this mean Duan Lingtian showed mercy to the profound heaven celestial sect? That seems to be the case. Since he's strong enough to kill a one basic celestial king, it shouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the profound heaven celestial sect. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter with Bai Yuxuan. The high-ranking officials and disciples of the profound heaven celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect and recalled what Duan Lingtian had done to the profound heaven celestial sect. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Even so, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. As expected, Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary celestial king. The two remaining old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were shocked and they heard the news from the outside world. In fact, they had already guessed Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary celestial king when Zhou Ming was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was only a one basic celestial king, they would still be able to catch a glimpse of his movements. However, they could not catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements at all. What did this mean? This meant Duan Lingtian was stronger than a one basic celestial king. The news from the blissful sect confirmed their suspicions. At the same time, they were relieved that Duan Lingtian did not kill the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, even the blissful sect that had a one basic celestial king was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to destroy the profound heaven celestial sect if he wanted to. At this moment, the two surviving old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect broke out in cold sweat from the fright of their lives. Pass down my order. From today onward, no one in the profound heaven celestial sect is to provoke the people from the Tai celestial sect. Even if they encounter the people from the Tai celestial sect, they have to be respectful. The two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect were fearful of Duan Lingtian's strength, so they quickly passed down the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone in the profound heaven celestial sect felt that it was only right. After all, they were deeply shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if the two old ancestors of the profound heaven celestial sect did not pass down the order, they would not dare to offend anyone from the Tai celestial sect in the future. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The only thing Duan Lingtian knew was that news of him annihilating the blissful sect would soon spread in the cross region. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the cross region who don't know that I've annihilated the blissful sect, right? If the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect are still in seclusion in the cross region, they should have heard about it as well, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as Tai he brought him to the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. Indeed, things were as Duan Lingtian had expected. About half a month ago, the three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect who were in seclusion in the cross region had heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. That brat Li Ping. He's already a celestial king, but he was still killed. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, is actually so strong? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Who is he? How did he become so strong at such a young age? The three quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect were furious when they heard about the annihilation of the blissful sect. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge their fallen disciples. However, when they learned that even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian, they immediately dismissed the idea of seeking revenge on Duan Lingtian. In fact, they did not even dare to come out to revive the blissful sect. After all, they were worried they would be killed by Duan Lingtian if they came out to revive the blissful sect. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian, who could kill a one basic celestial king, to kill them. The three quasi-celestial kings were once one basic celestial kings. Naturally, they knew the difference in strength between them and a one basic celestial king. Even if the three quasi-celestial kings joined forces, they would not be able to last more than 100 moves against a one basic celestial king. Senior uncle, are we just going to let this go? We're so weak that we're willing to stay in the borderlands to protect the sect. How can we do nothing but watch the sect being annihilated? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. One of the quasi-celestial kings of the blissful sect, a middle-aged man, said to the other old man. You can't accept it, but how can I accept it? I know Li Ping is your favorite direct disciple, and you want to avenge him. However, even Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Do you think you're a match for him? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps, it's time for us to leave the borderlands. Back then, we didn't leave the borderlands to head to the central area because we're so weak. We're willing to stay and protect the sect. The last old man sighed and said, because of this, our cultivation bases have regressed from 1 basic celestial kings to 10 direction celestial dukes. Unless we can obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases, we won't be able to improve our cultivation bases at all. Now that the sect is gone, it's meaningless for us to stay in the borderlands. Let's head to the central area. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain rare herbs and pills to eliminate the side effects of regressing our cultivation bases. The quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect had clearly thought of a backup plan. In the end, the 3 quasi-celestial dukes reached a consensus and left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. At this moment, they regretted staying in the borderlands. After all, Duan Lingtian's appearance had ruined their reason for staying in the borderlands. They hated Duan Lingtian to the core. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew there was nothing they could do to avenge Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. The 3 reclusive celestial kings from the blissful sect had left the borderlands for fear of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sect had left the blissful sect. In the future, he would encounter the 3 quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect in the central area. Master Duan, the compassionate celestial traveler sect is up ahead. Outside the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Tai he said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the area shrouded in clouds. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously and asked. Chapter 29:19. Although Tai he knew there was a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he did not know how deep the conflict was. For this reason, he asked Duan Lingtian. Although Tai he did not attend the alchemy conference with Duan Lingtian, he had learned from Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian. However, based on Sita Ming's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not intend to seek revenge from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. For this reason, Tai he did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Let's go in. Upon hearing Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and shrouded the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were in a vast area filled with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. It was as though they were in a fairyland. Within this vast region stood numerous towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were like numerous giants standing there, emitting an oppressive aura. I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. I'm here to challenge the compassionate celestial traveler sect's 10-direction celestial duke, Wang Qiuquang. Tai he was about to greet the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when he heard Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice. Tai he was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Murong Bing, the genius disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would come here to challenge him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the 10-direction celestial duke of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's motive. Murong Bing's master was Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Wang Danfeng was famous for being ruthless. The reason why Wang Danfeng was said to be vicious and merciless was not only because of Wang Danfeng's fierce reputation outside, but also because Wang Danfeng had once personally executed her own personal disciple. And all of this was because her personal disciple had a man outside. This was because she wanted her direct disciple to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, her direct disciple had lost the opportunity to become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect because she had a man. It seems like Master Duan and Murong have slept together. Murong has lost her chance to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Master Duan is worried that Murong will follow in her senior sister's footsteps, so he decided to come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to threaten Wang Danfeng. If he defeats Wang Danfeng's father, the 10-direction Celestial Duke, Wang Qiuquang, he'll be able to intimidate Wang Danfeng and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the blink of an eye, Tai Taihe had guessed many things. Brother Ling Tian. A hint of envy could be seen in Huan Er's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian announcing that he was Murong Bing's man. She was, naturally, envious of Murong Bing. Huan had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian. However, since Duan Ling Tian was trying to distance himself from her, it could only be considered as a one-sided love. She was very disappointed about this. How wonderful would it be if I could have a place in his heart like Sister Murong. Huan Er sighed inwardly. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect due to his rich celestial origin energy. I, Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man, have come to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the 10-direction Celestial Duke. When Duan Lingtian's words resounded in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, silence fell upon the sect's estate. The high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the ordinary disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Did you hear that voice? I'm not dreaming, right? You're not dreaming. I heard it as well. It's a man who claims to be Senior Sister Murong Bing. Most importantly, he's challenging the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Supreme Guardian is the second Guardian's father. He's also the only man in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He's also a powerful 10-direction Celestial Duke. Isn't he seeking death by challenging the Supreme Guardian? I'm curious. When did Senior Sister Murong have a man? She's going to inherit the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's not allowed to have sex. I don't know. Let's go and see what's going on. Who's he? Could it be that he's a lunatic? I think it's more likely that he's crazy. With Senior Sister Murong Bing's beauty, it's normal for a man to go crazy over her. Most of the disciples in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate were convinced that Duan Lingtian was a man who had gone crazy over Murong Bing's beauty after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man who had gone crazy and dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, they had forgotten something very important. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary man, how could he have barged into the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate? How could he have made such a bold statement under the watchful eyes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples? At this moment, many of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples had already risen into the air and were flying toward the source of the voice. A hint of sympathy could be seen in their eyes as they made their way to the source of the voice. They pitied the man who had overestimated himself. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the man being killed by the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wait a minute. That person said his name is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the genius celestial alchemist who rose to prominence after the alchemy conference? Now that you mention it, I remember it as well. Duan Lingtian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland. He's also a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's said that although Master Duan is only a prominent celestial alchemist, in terms of alchemy skills, even the supreme celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect is inferior to him. It seems like he's really a lunatic. Not only did he think senior sister Murongbing is his woman, but he also thinks he's the genius celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. His actions can be considered as a blasphemy against senior sister Bing and the supreme guardian. He'll definitely die today. More and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect thought the voice belonged to a lunatic. At the same time, more and more disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect flew toward the source of the voice. It was human nature to join in the fun. Even the female disciples from the compassionate celestial traveler sect were no exception. In fact, as women, they were more inclined to join in the fun than men. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he blaspheme the supreme guardian? This lunatic is delusional enough to think junior sister Murongbing is his woman? Ridiculous. How arrogant. Moreover, he probably thinks he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. How dare he blaspheme the supreme guardian? He must be tired of living. Many elders from the compassionate celestial traveler sect flew up into the air with furious expressions on their faces. Duan Lingtian? This does sound like the voice of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland, right? The few prominent celestial alchemists from the compassionate celestial traveler sect who had attended the alchemy conference with the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect found the voice familiar. Indeed, it was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude toward Murongbing during the alchemy conference, they could tell the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing was unusual. This alchemist Duan dares to challenge the supreme guardian? Is he crazy? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The few prominent celestial alchemists from the compassionate celestial traveler sect left their residences as soon as they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian? Why is he here? Does he have a death wish? Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who had attended the alchemy conference with Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had also heard Duan Lingtian's voice. After the alchemy conference, she had learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing from Nangong Xiu. At that time, just like Nangong Xiu, she felt the compassionate celestial traveler sect would be able to climb up the social ladder after learning that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. The marriage between Duan Lingtian and Murongbing was destined to become a legend in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After the alchemy conference ended, Lin Ru and Nangong Xiu even went to persuade Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, after they returned. When Wang Danfeng learned about the relationship between Murongbing and Duan Lingtian, she was, naturally, furious. She wanted to kill Murongbing. However, after learning about Duan Lingtian's background in the central area, she decided not to kill Murongbing for the time being since she was wary of Murongbing. However, some time ago, there was news from the Cross region that the Blissful sect had investigated Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian did not have a background in the central area. He was just an ordinary person who had just ascended. When Wang Danfeng heard the news, she wanted to kill Murongbing again. However, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stopped her. Nangong Xiu's words were, "What if the Blissful sect made a mistake?" In the end, Wang Danfeng still imprisoned Murongbing. At the same time, she waited for news from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's intelligence network. Chapter 29-20 Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian's voice resounded in the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate, Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, heard Duan Lingtian's voice as well. For a moment, her pupils constricted and her face darkened. Although she and her junior sister, Wang Danfeng, did not believe the news about the blissful sect finding out about Duan Lingtian's background was true. She did not believe it. However, in her heart, she began to believe that piece of news a little more. After all, there was no smoke without fire. It was precisely because of this that she hated Duan Lingtian to the core. She hated Duan Lingtian for lying to her. After returning to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after the alchemy conference ended, she had told Wang Danfeng about the relationship between her niece, Feng Tianwu, and Duan Lingtian. This had caused a lot of trouble for her. If Duan Lingtian had not lied, she would have had time to think about how to deal with Wang Danfeng even if she found out about this matter sooner or later. However, now that her niece had been imprisoned, she was waiting for Wang Danfeng to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. After confirming that Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background, her niece would most likely be in trouble. He dares to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Nangong Xiao could tell the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian whom she had met during the alchemy conference. However, she found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian would challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 10-direction Celestial Duke. She was one of the strongest people in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. However, Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 100 years old, possessed a high talent in alchemy, and was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, dared to challenge the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, even Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, thought Duan Lingtian must be out of his mind. Swoosh! Nangong Xiao's eyes flashed as her robes fluttered. In just a blink of an eye, she had disappeared from her cultivation palace. She had disappeared. Duan Lingtian? A woman who was instructing a young girl in the courtyard of the sect's mansion was standing in the courtyard, a beautiful woman who was instructing a young girl who was practicing swordsmanship who was instructing her when she heard the voices a voice when she Lingtian's SS words, Duan Lingtian? Hall. Sect. Lingi's he? He. Sex is he? The girl in green beside the beautiful woman suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the voice coming from afar. Her face was filled with shock. Liu Luo, is that really the voice of Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect in the wasteland? The beautiful woman asked coldly as she looked at the green-clad young girl with a piercing gaze. The green-clad young girl's heart skipped a beat when she saw the beautiful woman's piercing gaze. She hastily replied, "Master, that's his voice." The green-clad young girl was none other than Liu Luo, the disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom Duan Lingtian had met in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. The beautiful woman was none other than Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was also Liu Luo and Murong Bing's master. Wang Danfeng was also the daughter of Wang Qiuquang, the only 10-direction Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Good, very good. I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. After obtaining Liu Luo's confirmation, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed coldly. Then, she disappeared from Liu Luo's sight. "Master, wait for me." Although Liu Luo could not see the beautiful woman, she knew her master had gone to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. She quickly flew toward the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from. Third senior sister must have heard Duan Lingtian's voice by now, right? Unfortunately, even if she hears his voice, she won't be able to leave that place. As Liu Luo made her way to the place where Duan Lingtian's voice had come from, a beautiful figure appeared in her mind. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is he here? Moreover, he even said he wants to challenge Grandmaster. At the foot of a steep mountain in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, there was a dilapidated courtyard. A woman who was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard suddenly rose to her feet. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by a hint of worry. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil covering her face. If one were to remove the veil, one could only imagine how devastatingly beautiful her face would be. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. This was the place where Murong Bing's master, Wang Dan Feng, had imprisoned her. There were layers upon layers of formations around it, making it impossible for Murong Bing to escape. Could it be that he really has the background of a great family in the central area? The blissful sect didn't find out anything about him. However, if he brought someone here, why did he say that he wanted to challenge Grandmaster? At this moment, Murong Bing's heart was filled with confusion. She was certain that the voice belonged to that man. It was also because of this that she couldn't understand why that man would say those words. As far as she knew, although the man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as weak as an ant in front of a 10-direction celestial duke. In the depths of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, there was a steep mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was the tallest mountain in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate. It was the best place to cultivate in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since it was the closest to the primitive celestial crystal vein that was under the sect's control. This was where Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, cultivated. Originally, Wang Qiuquang was sitting cross-legged in the air in a valley halfway up the mountain, cultivating. Suddenly, he heard the sound coming from outside, and he opened his eyes abruptly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Challenge me? Wang Qiuquang was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He, Wang Qiuquang, was not someone who could be easily challenged. Duan Lingtian? He had never heard of this name before. For this reason, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a 10-direction celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions or even the borderlands. Soon after, Wang Qiuquang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian's words and treated them as a joke that was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Duan Lingtian's voice spread through the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, it did not take long for a group of people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to surround Duan Lingtian and his companions. In the beginning, it was the patrolling disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After a while, a group of high-ranking officials from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arrived one after another. As time passed, more and more disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came to join in the fun. He's that lunatic? Many people shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived. Is he really Duan Lingtian from the Tai Celestial sect of the Wasteland? One of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples cried out in surprise. She looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian for a moment before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Many people were looking at the disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in confusion when she looked at Huan again and said, "That's right." She continued to say, "I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Wasteland, has a peerless beauty by his side, This is my first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Even the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Senior Sister Murongbing, pales in comparison to her. Based on her presence, it's clear that the purple-clad young man next to her is Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial sect of the Wasteland. What a perfect woman. Such a woman. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second one in this world, right? It seems like the purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian from the Wasteland's Tai-E Celestial sect. Initially, they thought it was a madman impersonating Duan Ling Tian. However, when they saw Duan Ling Tian standing next to Duan Ling Tian, they were more or less certain of Duan Ling Tian's identity. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian? It's really him? When the high-ranking officials of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of surprise could be seen in their eyes. You are Duan Ling Tian? Just as the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were about to confirm Duan Ling Tian's identity, a furious voice rang from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air before the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Guardian Dan Feng. Chapter 29-21. There were 3 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was the first of the 3 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes to appear. The people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Dan Feng when they saw her. Moreover, after the group of people came back to their senses, they greeted Wang Danfeng respectfully. Guardian Dan Feng. Guardian Dan Feng. Although Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was not as strong as Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, compared to Lin Ru, they were much more nervous in front of Wang Dan Feng. This was because Wang Dan Feng's temper was worse than Lin Ru's. Moreover, Wang Dan Feng's father was the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. He was an irreplaceable pillar of the sect. Even the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was respectful and did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Supreme Guardian. Guardian Dan Feng? Duan Ling Tian had noticed the beautiful woman as soon as she appeared. Based on the way the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect addressed her, he could guess her identity. Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She was also Murongbing's master. Duan Lingtian's purpose in coming to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was to intimidate Wang Dan Feng so she would not dare to act rashly against Murongbing. Wang Dan Feng was a graceful and beautiful woman. She was dressed elegantly. It was obvious she was a person who cared about dressing up. Moreover, Wang Dan Feng looked like she was in her 30s at most. Although she was more mature than ordinary young women, she had a unique charm. However, when Wang Dan Feng appeared, she looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It seems that she already knows what happened between me and Murongbing. Sensing Wang Danfeng's cold gaze, Duan Lingtian's complexion slightly changed. At the same time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Since she knows about my relationship with Murongbing, there's no way she'll let Murongbing off so easily. Perhaps, she's afraid of the major clans in the central area backing me up. However, the Blissful sect has long found out about me. Moreover, the Blissful sect is closer to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect than the Tai-E Celestial sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect must have received news that the blissful sect has found out about me. Under such circumstances, Murong Bing, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer dared to think about it. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His divine sense extended, and the first thing he sensed was Wang Danfeng's existence, because Wang Danfeng was really too dazzling. Her cultivation base as a 9 palaces celestial duke made her stand out among the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. As Duan Ling Tian continued to extend his divine consciousness, he discovered 2 other 9 palaces celestial dukes flying toward him one after another. He was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. He had seen them at the last alchemy conference. They were Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Lin Ru. However, since Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was currently at the level of a 6-combo celestial king, Wang Danfeng, Nangong Xiao, and Lin Ru were unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine consciousness. The entire compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate was shrouded by Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. A 10-direction celestial duke? It seems like he's the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Wang Danfeng's father, Wang Qiuquang. Duan Lingtian, who had shrouded the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect with his divine consciousness, quickly discovered Wang Qiuquang's presence. At the same time, Wang Qiuquang was unaware of Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness as well. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally discovered Murong Bing's presence. After confirming that Murong Bing was fine, he withdrew his divine consciousness. At the same time, he heaved a long sigh of relief. You're Duan Lingtian? Wang Danfeng had always been looking coldly at Duan Lingtian, and only when she saw the lingering fear on Duan Lingtian's face did she question in a cold voice. Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's purpose was to intimidate Wang Danfeng, she was still Murong Bing's master. Therefore, he still knew how to act courteously. Wang Danfeng's cold expression did not ease at all when she saw Duan Lingtian bowing to her. However, her eyes flashed. If it was said that she was still angry when she confirmed Duan Lingtian's arrival in the beginning, however, now that she saw Duan Lingtian, she calmed down a little. At the same time, he could not help but scan the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see if there were any powerhouses who had followed Duan Lingtian and were hiding by his side. Greetings, Guardian Danfeng. I'm Tai He from the Tai Celestial Sect. At this moment, Tai He, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, followed suit and bowed to Wang Danfeng. Guardian Danfeng, there's no need for you to look. Only the 3 of us have come to visit your sect. There's no 4th person. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He could see through Wang Danfeng's thoughts. Apart from that, it's just as the blissful sect found out, I have no background. I'm only an ascender from a mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Lingtian continued to say. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng meaningfully before he added, I'm sure you've heard about the blissful sect's investigation of my background, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how dare you deceive me? A familiar voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Lin Ru, the first guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was standing next to Nangong Xiao like a shadow. Sect leader Nangong, guardian Lin Ru. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a smile on his face. Although he did not have much contact with Lin Ru, he did not have any enmity with her. Although Nangong Xiao had sent people to hunt him down, Nangong Xiao's protection of Murongbing had left him with a good impression of Nangong Xiao. Sect leader Nangong fabricated the identity of a major clan in the central area because he was forced to do so. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Nangong Xiao glaring at him. I hope you can understand. You deceived me, and you want me to understand you? The fury in Nangong Xiao's eyes soared. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder. Sect leader Nangong, can we talk about our matters later? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the furious Nangong Xiao. He said bluntly, I came here to challenge Wang Qiuquang, the supreme guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It won't be too late to talk about our matters after I challenge Wang Qiuquang. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he instinctively looked at Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Qiuquang was Wang Danfeng's biological father. You want to challenge my father? Wang Danfeng sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. If you don't come from a major clan in the central area, don't even think about leaving the compassionate celestial traveler sect alive. As soon as Wang Danfeng finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent surged from her body again. The expressions of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's disciples changed drastically. They instinctively retreated to put some distance between them and Wang Danfeng. It seems like Guardian Dan Feng doesn't believe I'm strong enough to challenge your father. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Wang Danfeng's disdain. When he spoke again, his tone suddenly changed. His tone changed as he said, in that case, I'll show you if I'm strong enough to challenge your father. At the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his originally calm eyes focused abruptly. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! Thunderous explosions rang in the air around Duan Lingtian as purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body, it transformed into thousands of purple beams. Swoosh! 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 Before the 3-9 Palaces celestial dukes of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could react, Duan Lingtian's purple energy had transformed into thousands of purple beams that shot toward Wang Danfeng again. When Wang Danfeng regained her senses and tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack, she discovered the purple beams had no intention of attacking her. Instead, around her body, they converged and formed a cage made entirely of purple light, trapping her inside. Swoosh! Although Duan Lingtian did not attack her, Wang Danfeng's expression could not help but change when she saw Duan Lingtian cast such a technique in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed drastically when they saw Wang Danfeng's expression. I'm afraid only a 10-direction celestial duke or stronger would be able to cast such a technique right under our noses, right? Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru glanced at each other, and Lin Ru's slightly trembling voice sounded in their ears. Nangong Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Ru's words. The elders and disciples of the compassionate celestial traveler sect were stunned when they saw Wang Danfeng trapped in a purple cage. Withdraw! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian slowly extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Chapter 29-22. The light from the purple cage shone brightly before it shrunk again. It shrouded Wang Danfeng and trapped her. Wang Danfeng's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to resist the purple cage, but it was futile. The purple energy was like an endless torrential river that slammed into her body. Every time her celestial origin energy rose, it would be mercilessly destroyed. At this moment, Wang Danfeng had a feeling of being a fish on a chopping block. At the same time, there was only a deep sense of helplessness in the depths of her heart. Purple Qi from the east. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru's expressions changed again when they saw Wang Danfeng was being restrained. They recognized the technique Duan Ling Tian had cast. It was the profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Qi. Moreover, they could tell Duan Ling Tian had completely comprehended and mastered the Eastern Purple Qi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Eastern Purple Qi as though it was his own arm. Duan Ling Tian, let go of my junior sister. Although Nangong Xiao was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and techniques, she still made a move when she saw Wang Danfeng being restrained by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! His figure was like the wind as he tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Although Lin Ru did not say anything, she followed closely behind Nangong Xiao. She was prepared to join forces with Nangong Xiao to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it was in the past, they would not take Duan Ling Tian seriously at all regardless of alchemy Dao. In the past, they would never have imagined that they would join forces to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. He was at least a 10-direction celestial duke or even stronger. When Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had just moved, Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. However, Duan Lingtian did not look at them. His gaze was still fixed on Wang Danfeng, who was still struggling bitterly. If not for the fact that this woman was Murongbing's teacher and Murongbing had deep feelings for her, he would have killed her long ago to prevent any future troubles. Although Duan Lingtian had a 10-direction celestial duke as his backer, he was still a 10-direction celestial duke. However, now that he could even kill a one basic celestial king, why would he be afraid of a mere 10-direction celestial duke? Akala. As Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru rapidly approached, Duan Lingtian still did not shift his gaze. However, with a thought, a surge of energy rose from his body once again. A few moments later, the silhouette of a golden Buddha that was shrouded in purple qi appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him firmly in the middle. Boom! Rumble! No matter how hard Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru attacked, the golden Buddha shadow that rose from Duan Lingtian's body did not show any signs of dissipating. When the two women's attacks landed on the golden Buddha shadow, it felt like they were merely scratching an itch. They were not a threat to him at all. 9 Suns Lotus Seat. World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru were shocked by Duan Lingtian's terrifying defense. Then, they took out their king-grade celestial weapons with a solemn expression on their faces. A lotus seat appeared in Nangong Xiao's hand. There were 9 boys standing in 3 rows on top of the lotus seat. There were 5 boys below the lotus seat, 3 boys above the 5 boys, and 1 boy above the 3 boys. This was one of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. It was the strongest of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Whoosh! With a solemn expression on her face, Nangong Xiao channeled her celestial origin energy into the 9 Suns Lotus Seat. The 9 Suns Lotus Seat shone brightly as 2 clones appeared. Apart from the main body that remained in Nangong Xiao's hand, one of the clones appeared beneath Nangong Xiao's feet. At the same time, it expanded and supported Nangong Xiao. The other doppelganger turned into a huge shadow and enveloped Nangong Xiao like an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, the horsetail whisk in Lin Ru's hand was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Murongbing had found this horsetail whisk in the little world that they had entered together. It was one of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's 3 sect guarding celestial weapons, the World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk. The World Cleansing Horsetail Whisk had been lost for many years until Murongbing found it a few years ago. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's other sect guarding celestial weapon was in the possession of Wang Qiuquang, Wang Danfeng's father, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. The sect leader even took out the 9 Suns Lotus Seat? Is Duan Lingtian's defense really that terrifying? Isn't it obvious? Before the sect leader used her king-grade celestial weapon, she and Guardian Lin Ru were still unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defense even after joining forces. How can his defense not be terrifying? Now that Guardian Lin Ru has taken out her world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk, 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes and 2 king-grade celestial weapons should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense, right? Even if Duan Lingtian's defense is breached, there's no doubt about his strength. At the very least, he's a 10-direction Celestial Duke. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect finally regained their senses. Duan Ling Tian's strength was simply too shocking. Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. However, she did not even have the strength to fight back against Duan Ling Tian. Although Wang Danfeng had underestimated Duan Ling Tian and was careless, it was also because of Duan Ling Tian's strength that he was capable of doing this. Now that the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had joined forces and even took out 2 of the sect guarding celestial weapons, the elders and disciples of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect watched intently. Most of them were certain the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defense with their king-grade celestial weapons. However, their confidence in the 2 Nine Palaces Celestial Dukes was shaken. That's also a king-grade celestial weapon? It's impossible for a duke-grade celestial weapon to have such an aura. The people from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could clearly see a celestial weapon appearing in the purple-clad young man's hand as soon as Nangong and Lin Ru took out their king-grade celestial weapons. That immortal artifact was an umbrella. There were strange patterns drawn on the umbrella's body. There were also strange patterns engraved on the umbrella's handle. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand, it opened and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that was propped up by the purple-clothed young man. As soon as the umbrella appeared in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand, it was shrouded in a layer of golden light. A faint purple energy could be seen on the umbrella's surface as well. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the umbrella shone with a dazzling light that resonated with the golden Buddha silhouette and the purple energy before it seemed to merge with the umbrella. At the same time, Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks with their king-grade celestial weapons arrived as well. Nangong held the 9 children lotus seat in her hand. The 9 children lotus seat trembled, and the 9 boys on it seemed to have come to life as they opened their eyes one after another. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the 9 boys left the lotus seat and charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. During this process, the bodies of the 9 boys continued to expand as though they were being blown by the wind. When the 9 boys came into contact with the golden Buddha silhouette that was holding up an umbrella on Duan Ling Tian's body, their bodies shone brightly as though they were members of a suicide squad. Almost at the same time, they self-destructed. Boom! Rumble! The 9 boys self-destructed at the same time. The sound of self-destruction mixed together and seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It even caused the space at the point of explosion to tremble. Waves of shocking air waves swept out in all directions. As for the golden Buddha shadow holding the umbrella, it also trembled and swayed when the 9 children self-destructed at the same time. It gave off a feeling that it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella was on the verge of collapsing due to the self-destruction of the 9 boys, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again. Lin Ru had made her move after Nangong's performance. The world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk seemed to have come to life in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the void trembled as a gust of wind whistled out toward Duan Ling Tian. The gust of wind whistled through the air like a ferocious beast from ancient times. It opened its bloody mouth and charged toward Duan Tian. The golden Buddha silhouette that was shaken by the 9 boys' self-destruction trembled again when it was hit by the gust of wind. Is Duan Tian's defense going to be breached? The group of elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at the golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Tian's body. Their hearts trembled slightly as a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what happened next disappointed them. The golden Buddha silhouette holding the umbrella on Duan Tian's body continued to sway. When it regained its footing, it was as still as a mountain. Since Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had taken care of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's disciples on the scene, none of them were affected by the shockwave of her and Lin Ru's attack. This is not enough to breach his defense? His king-grade celestial weapon isn't simple. Moreover, it seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now, I'm certain he's at least a 10-direction celestial duke. The elders and disciples from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were shocked by Duan Tian's ability to fend off Nangong and Lin Ru's attacks. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the umbrella in Duan Tian's hand. At this moment, the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shone with purple, golden, and profound rays. It seemed to be able to ward off all the wind and rain in the world. He's finally here. While the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were still in shock over Duan Tian's strength, Duan Tian shifted his gaze to the sky in the distance. Chapter 29-23. At the very least, no one, including the 3 9 Palaces celestial dukes of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, noticed the newcomer when Duan Tian discovered him. Although this person's speed was fast, he could not escape Duan Tian's eyes. Swoosh! A moment later, as though a gust of wind had blown past, a tall and sturdy figure appeared beside Wang Danfeng out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, were the first to regain their senses. They were not surprised by the newcomer's appearance. After all, they had used 2 of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapons to attack Duan Tian. Supreme Guardian? He's the Supreme Guardian? Although the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had more or less heard about the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, this was their first time seeing him in person. At that moment, all of their gazes were focused on the Supreme Protector. Supreme Guardian. Supreme Guardian. The eyes of the elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lit up when they saw Wang Qiuquang, the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru had joined forces to attack Duan Tian, but they were still unable to break through his defenses. This had caused their hearts to sink. However, Wang Qiuquang's arrival gave them hope. Father. When Wang Danfeng, who was imprisoned by Duan Tian, saw her father, tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she was a 9 Palaces celestial duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she was only a daughter in front of Wang Qiuquang. When a daughter was wronged, it was fine if her father was not around. She could not help but vent her emotions when she saw her father. Seeing the tears in Wang Danfeng's eyes, Wang Qiuquang's expression turned ugly. He raised his hand, and surges of immortal origin energy swept forth like a flood and enveloped Wang Danfeng's body. Wherever Wang Qiuquang's celestial elemental energy passed through, the purple qi on Wang Danfeng's body was also annihilated. It was as if it had never existed. As for Wang Danfeng, she also regained her freedom. The eyes of the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect brightened when they saw Wang Qiuquang had broken free from Wang Danfeng's restraints. After all, the binding that the 9 palaces' immortal monarchs were unable to do anything to was undone by Wang Qiuquang. This meant that Wang Qiuquang's strength far surpassed that of the 9 palaces' immortal monarchs. Furthermore, Wang Qiuquang's ability to undo the restraints that Duan Lingtian had placed on Wang Danfeng made many people subconsciously feel that Wang Qiuquang was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. However, they did not know that when Wang Qiuquang appeared, Duan Lingtian had already removed the power that was binding Wang Danfeng. Otherwise, even if Wang Qiuquang made a move, it would be impossible to remove the restraints on Wang Danfeng. "Who are you?" Wang Qiuquang asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a piercing gaze. His tone was cold and condescending, as though he was a superior who was questioning a subordinate. Although Duan Lingtian had introduced himself, Wang Qiuquang had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, he did not associate the purple-clad young man with the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland. In his opinion, it was impossible for the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect in the wasteland to possess such strength. Before Wang Qiuquang arrived, he had already sensed the commotion. With his divine consciousness, he had witnessed how Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru were unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses even after they had joined forces with their king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qiuquang had also sensed Duan Lingtian's defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to question Duan Lingtian like this. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not use his defensive king-grade celestial weapon to block Nangong Xiu and Lin Ru's king-grade celestial weapons, based on this, Wang Qiuquang was certain Duan Lingtian was at least a quasi-celestial king or even a celestial king. In front of a quasi-celestial king or a celestial king, Wang Qiuquang, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone question Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had taken out the umbrella earlier because he did not want to waste his celestial origin energy. As for the umbrella, it was a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that he had obtained from the little world where he had obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. Apart from obtaining the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, Duan Lingtian had also obtained a few king-grade celestial weapons. One of the king-grade celestial weapons was the umbrella that he had taken out earlier. "You're questioning me?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Wang Qiuquang's question. Then, a powerful energy surged out of his body and shot toward Wang Qiuquang. It was none other than his celestial origin energy. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept out and pressed down on Wang Qiuquang. His celestial origin energy and divine consciousness that were comparable to a 6-combo celestial king surged out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness pressed down on Wang Qiuquang's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's terrifying aura. In the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious celestial origin energy, Wang Qiuquang's celestial origin energy was completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Qiuquang was sent flying. As he was sent flying, he coughed up blood as if it was free. Wang Qiuquang only managed to regain his footing after he was sent flying for several hundred meters. Even Li Ping, a basic celestial king from the blissful sect, was killed by me. How dare a mere 10-direction celestial duke question me? After injuring Wang Qiuquang, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy back into his body in just a blink of an eye. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy, he sneered disdainfully at Wang Qiuquang who was standing a few hundred meters away. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Wang Danfeng was standing next to Wang Qiuquang earlier. Although Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were not directed at her, she could still sense the terrifying aura from the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Although the aura was not directed at her, it was stifling to the point of suffocation. The aura had surpassed the level of a celestial duke. Even the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy of a quasi-celestial king would not be able to emit such a terrifying aura. He held back earlier? In Wang Danfeng's heart, such a thought suddenly popped up without any warning. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, fear crept into her heart. It took a long time for her to calm down. Li Ping has broken through and become a celestial king? Moreover, he was killed by you even after he had broken through? In the distance, Wang Qiuquang, who was injured by Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to think about how terrifying Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy were when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed drastically. I, Duan Lingtian, am not one to lie. It won't be long before news of this matter reaches my ears. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. While Duan Lingtian was speaking, Wang Qiuquang recalled the divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that Duan Lingtian had used on him earlier. After a while, he began to believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Even a one basic celestial king would not be able to injure Wang Qiuquang to such an extent with just his divine consciousness and celestial origin energy. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Wang Qiuquang seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Why, you said you're Duan Lingtian? Currently, Wang Qiuquang was looking at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Was Duan Lingtian not the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland? I'm Duan Lingtian, Murong Bing's man. Today, I came to the compassionate celestial traveler sect to challenge Wang Qiuquang, a 10-direction celestial duke. In response to Wang Qiuquang's question, Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said when he first entered the compassionate celestial traveler sect's estate. His voice was the same, and his words were the same as well. At this moment, Wang Qiuquang was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. Master Duan, although Wang Qiuquang was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, he had no time to be shocked. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge him. If it was said that he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously before this and felt Duan Lingtian was not qualified to fight him at all, however, at this moment, he did not dare to fight Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian was able to injure him to such an extent with just his celestial origin energy. Alchemist Duan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Qiuquang asked with a wry smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he asked this was naturally because Duan Lingtian did not challenge anyone else but him. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and even the compassionate celestial traveler sect, stand behind her disciple, Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Wang Qiuquang was thinking. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Wang Danfeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Danfeng and continued speaking indifferently. Chapter 29-24. There's no misunderstanding between us. I'm challenging you to let your daughter know that I, Duan Lingtian, and the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect can't afford to offend Murong Bing. I'm here today to let you know that if anything happens to Murong Bing, Duan Lingtian will not only kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was calm, but when the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect heard his words, they felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's domineering aura. If Duan Lingtian had said these words before today, they would have scoffed. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength and hearing his words, they felt that Duan Lingtian was qualified to say such words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect shifted their attention to Wang Danfeng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. At this moment, even Wang Qiuquang was looking at Wang Danfeng. Danfeng. Most of the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not know why Duan Lingtian had said those words. It was as though Wang Danfeng would harm Murongbing. However, as Wang Danfeng's biological father, Wang Qiuquang knew about the relationship between Murongbing and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Danfeng. I know you're not willing to let Bing be with this man, and you hate Bing for failing to live up to your expectations. However, you've seen it for yourself. Bing man is at least a celestial king, and he's not an ordinary celestial king. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy for him to annihilate the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Wang Qiuquang's tone was filled with helplessness as he spoke through voice transmission. Father, I know. At this moment, Wang Danfeng's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect the man whom she wanted to kill to sully her disciples' purity was actually a celestial king. She knew she would not be able to do anything to her disciple from today onward. If she still wanted to do anything to her disciple, not only would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her, but her father as well. Bing, You found yourself a good man. Wang Danfeng gritted her teeth as she muttered to herself. The feeling of being forced into a corner was driving her crazy. Bing, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian Tian, Duan Lingtian, Duan sect, Duan Tian's a Duan Dutian and heaven's a Duan Tian, celestial sect An. When Murongbing heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate in just a blink of an eye. Even Wang Qiuquang, the old ancestor of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, felt as though Duan Lingtian and his two disciples had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, the others were shocked as well. What a fast speed! Even a one basic celestial king isn't as fast as him. Wang Qiuquang was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. At the same time, he made up his mind to keep an eye on his daughter and protect his grand disciple, Murongbing. He's so powerful. Third senior sister seems to have found herself a good man. But why didn't he bring third senior sister away? Liu Luo was among the disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After Duan Lingtian and his two disciples left, an expression of disbelief and shock remained on her face for a long time. 1,000 years later? I don't even know if I'll still be alive after 1,000 years. When Murongbing heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, she thought Duan Lingtian had been forced to leave the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She could not help but smile bitterly. As for why Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission, she thought someone had informed him of her location. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was able to accurately transmit his voice to her through voice transmission. Although she could also transmit her voice to Duan Lingtian's location, she was certain the people around Duan Lingtian would hear her. For this reason, she did not reply to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Murongbing was certain Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background in the central area. Otherwise, why would he be forced to leave? She felt that once Duan Lingtian left, her master, Wang Danfeng, would no longer be as cautious as before. She would surely come over to kill her at the first possible moment to quell her anger. On the other side. Junior sister, are you going to release Bing, or should I do it for you? Although Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted to release Morongbing immediately, he could not help but sniff Wang Danfeng. After all, Wang Danfeng was Morongbing's master, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and the daughter of the Supreme Guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Sect leader, I'll let you do this for me. Wang Danfeng did not respond to Nangong Xiu. However, her father, Wang Qiuquang, responded to Nangong Xiu on her behalf. At the same time, he raised his hand and released his celestial origin energy before he brought Wang Danfeng away. Yes, Supreme Guardian. Nangong Xiu's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Qiuquang's reply. She immediately made her way to the place where Morongbing was being held captive by Wang Danfeng. Senior uncle, I'm going to bring third senior sister out as well. Liu Luo's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Nangong Xiu, who had just made her move, released a gentle energy and brought Liu Luo along. After Nangong Xiu brought Liu Luo away, Lin Ru left as well. At this moment, only the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect remained. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Based on what the sect leader said, senior sister Morongbing has been imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng? What? What's going on? Also, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have said he's senior sister Morongbing's man. Isn't senior sister Morong going to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? She can't find another man, right? She's imprisoned by Guardian Danfeng. Before that Duan Lingtian left, he even threatened Guardian Danfeng. It's as though he's worried Guardian Danfeng would harm senior sister Morong. Could it be, although a few elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew what had happened, they did not dare to speak carelessly. However, even if they did not say anything, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect could vaguely guess what had happened. Guardian Danfeng killed one of her disciples because she had an affair with another man. She had high hopes for that disciple to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seems like senior sister Morong's situation is similar to her senior sister's situation. The situation is similar. However, the difference is senior sister Morong has found a powerful man. He's so powerful that Guardian Danfeng can't do anything about it. I really envy senior sister Morong for being able to find such a powerful man. That man is not even 100 years old, but he's already a celestial king. I wonder how heaven-defying his future will be. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. The disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked that Morongbing had found such a powerful man and a celestial king who was not even 100 years old. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. I wonder if there's another celestial king in the Southern Heaven territory apart from Master Duan. I don't think so. Before Master Duan appeared, I've never heard of a celestial king who's not even 100 years old in the Southern Heaven territory. I don't think so as well. A celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Master Duan seemed to have said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area. Perhaps, Master Duan's background isn't in the Southern Heaven territory? He only said that he doesn't come from a powerful clan in the central area, but he didn't say that he doesn't have any other background. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect felt that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background that surpassed any force in the Southern Heaven territory. Also, Master Duan said that he's a transcender. Does this mean that Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse with his memories? If that's the case, everything makes sense. The stronger one is, the greater the risk of being reincarnated. For some people in the mundane realms, it's not too risky to be reincarnated. However, once one ascends to the Devata realms and becomes a celestial, it's extremely dangerous to be reincarnated. If Master Duan is a reincarnated powerhouse, he must be a powerful sectless cultivator in his past life even if he doesn't have a powerful background. When the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect recalled Duan Lingtian saying that he was a transcender, they began to speculate. Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have achieved so much when he was not even 100 years old? As the elders and disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect discussed among themselves, Nangong, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, brought Liu Luo to the place where Murongbing was imprisoned. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Nangong made her move, the formations in the place where Murongbing was imprisoned were broken. Third senior sister. As soon as the formation was dispelled, Liu Luo rushed in and tightly hugged Murongbing, who was still in a daze. Liu Luo. Senior Ant Sect Leader? Murongbing glanced at the girl in green who was hugging her before her gaze landed on Nangong Xiao, who was descending from the sky not far away. Murongbing's eyes and face were filled with confusion. She had thought her master would be the first to arrive after Duan Lingtian left. Moreover, her master would most likely kill her. Chapter 29-25. Bing, you can leave this place now. Seeing Murongbing's blank expression, Nangong Xiao smiled faintly. Her eyes were filled with doting love. At the same time, she sighed in relief. Although Duan Lingtian had lied to her during the alchemy conference, she was still pleased with his arrival and Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about her junior sister harming her niece. Her niece had found herself a good man. Leave this place? Murongbing smiled bitterly. Is master going to punish me? Senior aunt, did she ask you and Liu Luo to pick me up so we can meet one last time? Although Murongbing had already expected this outcome, she could not remain as calm as before when she was faced with it in real life. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You're fine now. Your master won't punish you anymore. Nangong shook his head and smiled. Third senior sister, the man you found is too powerful. Even Grandmaster doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. At this time, Lulua left Murongbing's embrace and raised her head to look at Murongbing, her slightly immature face filled with excitement. Based on her words, it was as though she was the one who had acted recklessly in front of the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and not Duan Lingtian. Murongbing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. It was only when Liu Luo told her what had happened that she finally understood what the man had done. He had easily imprisoned her master, Wang Danfeng, a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke and the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Then, he managed to stop her senior aunt, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and Lin Ru, the first guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, Nangong Xiao and Lin Ru, 2 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes who were stronger than her master, had joined forces and even used the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapons. Even then, they were still unable to break through the man's defenses. He is an immortal king expert. Murongbing's heart skipped a beat when she learned that even her grandmaster's father, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Wang Qiuquang, was so intimidated that he did not dare to act recklessly. Although, when that man had just arrived and threatened to challenge her grandmaster, she knew that he had come. However, she had never thought that he really had the strength to defeat her grandmaster. After all, her grandmaster, the supreme guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, was the strongest person in the sect. He was a powerful 10-direction Celestial Duke. In fact, when the man told her that he would come back to pick her up after 1,000 years, she thought that he had returned empty-handed. She had never thought that, not only did that man subdue her master with a flip of his palm, but he also easily withstood the joint attack of her sect leader and guardian Lin Ru. Then, when her grandmaster appeared, he was so scared that he did not dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he had even forced her extremely prideful master to compromise. This, Murongbing was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Senior sister, he came for you, but why didn't he take you away? Why didn't he see you leave? Liu Luo was confused. Bing, did he speak to you before he left? As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke, Nangong, naturally, knew that it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to communicate with Murongbing if he wanted to. Yes. Murongbing nodded. Then, she looked in the direction where the voice transmission came from and muttered to herself, he told me that he would come back to pick me up after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Liu Luo's eyes widened. So long? To Liu Luo, 1,000 years was indeed a long time since she was not even 100 years old. 1,000 years. It seems like he has something to do in the coming days, so it's not convenient for him to bring you along. Nangong speculated. Yes. Murongbing nodded. If it's not convenient for him to bring third senior sister along, why is it convenient for him to bring that woman along? Luluo was non-committal as she coldly snorted. Murongbing remained silent. Bing, although I don't know what's the relationship between Master Duan and the white-clad woman, the way Master Duan looked at her was more like the way an elder brother would look at his younger sister. It wasn't the kind of love a man would give to a woman. Nangong said. Although she had not experienced love for most of her life, as the saying went, even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Due to this reason, she could tell Duan Lingtian did not have any feelings for the white-clad woman. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Murongbing's eyes lit up. Nangong sighed inwardly when she saw the light in Murongbing's eyes. There was one more thing she did not say. It was, although the way Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad woman did not seem to be filled with affection, the way the white-clad woman looked at Duan Lingtian was as though she was looking at her lover. Since Master Duan has told you that he'll come for you after 1,000 years, it means he has his own considerations. 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye for celestials like us. Nangong continued, therefore, Bing, you should stay in the sect for the next 1,000 years and wait for Master Duan to come for you. After a while, Nangong added, Bing, don't go and see your master for the next few days. I'm afraid she won't be happy to see you. I'll go with you in a few days. Nangong said. Thank you, senior uncle sect leader. Murongbing knew that with her master's pride, she would be in a bad mood after being forced to lower her head. If she went to see her master now, although her master would not dare to touch her due to the man's strength, she would not be happy. Brother Lingtian, why didn't you take Sister Murongbing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? After Duan Lingtian left the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Huan, who had remained silent in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate, could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. It's easy for me to take her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but I can't guarantee her safety if she comes with me. Duan Lingtian said truthfully, therefore, I think it's best for her to stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to protect her, I'll come and take her away. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's estate and thought to himself, if I can return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years, I'll come and take you back. Duan Lingtian was certain he would be strong enough to roam the Devata realms if he could return from the Divine Offering Land after 1,000 years. Guardian Tai. Duan Lingtian looked at Tai Tai He and said with a glint in his eyes, now that the matter with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is over, I don't plan to return to the sect. I plan to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and 2 memory celestial talismans appeared in his hand. These two memory celestial talismans contain the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the profound heaven celestial sex Duke grade divine ability, the eastern purple chi. After a while, Duan Ling Tian brought the two memory celestial talismans to Tai Tai He with his celestial origin energy. Master Duan. Tai Tai He became anxious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You should personally hand these memory celestial talismans to the sect leader. Moreover, don't you owe Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, a favor? Aren't you going to return the favor before leaving? In order to persuade Duan Ling Tian to stay, Tai Tai He even mentioned Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian returned to the wasteland with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he had promised Jian Qiu Luo that he would return the favor. I haven't forgotten sect leader Jian's favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, Elder Tai, when you return to the sect, tell the sect leader to give one of the Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect after he or someone else has completely mastered them. This way, I'll be able to return the favor to Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I'm sure the sect leader won't refuse this. If sect master refuses, I'll return the favor myself in the future. Moreover, please bid farewell to the sect leader, Master Situ, and the others on my behalf. Tell them that I'll visit them if I have the chance in the future. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he did not wait for Tai Tai He's reply before he left with Huan Er. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Tai Tai He could only smile wryly when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er vanishing into thin air. Master Duan left in such a hurry. Initially, Tai Tai He thought Duan Ling Tian would only consider leaving the borderlands for the central area after returning to the Tai E Celestial Sect. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would leave the borderlands for the central area as soon as he left the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian brought Huan Er and Huan Er to a forest in just a blink of an eye. Huan Er, I'll leave the rest of the journey to the central area. Currently, I have enough celestial origin energy for 2 or 3 more celestial kings. If I travel on my own, I'm afraid I won't have enough celestial origin energy for 2 more celestial kings before we reach the central area. There was no need for Duan Ling Tian to hide anything from Huan Er. Although he had tried to conserve his celestial origin energy during the journey to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he had still expended a lot of it. Currently, his strength was only comparable to a 5-element celestial king. Brother Ling Tian, you should rest. Save your celestial origin energy for when you need it, Huan said. Chapter 29-26. Currently, I've completely comprehended and mastered the triple trait Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the triple trait Duke grade divine ability, the eastern violet chi. The only technique that I can still use now is the assist type heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, to the current me, these methods are already enough. What I have to do now is to raise my cultivation base. Although my celestial origin energy and soul are at the level of a celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, it's still not my true strength. What I can rely on, and what I can rely on even more, is still my own strength. Duan Lingtian's strength was still comparable to a 5-element celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. However, Duan Lingtian was not blinded by this. Although he felt as though he was a celestial king every time he unleashed his strength, he knew he was still an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as the energy from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon was depleted, his strength would return to its original state. Apart from that, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon could not be used indefinitely. It could only be used 3 times. Duan Lingtian had already used it once. In other words, he only had 2 uses left. It's also because my opponents are weaker than me when I'm using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, my celestial origin energy wouldn't have been depleted so slowly. Duan Lingtian knew the reason his celestial origin energy was depleted so slowly was because he had yet to encounter opponents who were on par with him or slightly weaker than him. Even if he was evenly matched with his opponent, he would still be able to defeat and even kill him when his celestial origin energy was depleted. On the other hand, his opponents who were slightly weaker than him would be able to turn the tables and defeat him. After all, the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was constantly being depleted. The energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon will be depleted as time passes. Unless I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, the longer I fight, the faster my energy will be depleted. Apart from that, even if I'm facing an opponent who's stronger than me, my energy will be depleted as well. Duan Lingtian knew the reason the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was depleted so slowly was because his opponents were not strong. The strongest opponent he faced was a basic celestial king who had just become a celestial king. If I had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon earlier, I would have used up most of my strength even if I could kill a 9 palaces celestial king. Even if I'm facing an opponent who's weaker than a 9 palaces celestial king, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon. I can't rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, I can't rely on it. I can't rely royal-grade celestial strength. In the end, it's still my own strength that's more important. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the rest of the journey. Since he had the king-grade celestial technique, the Tai profound method, and 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was not slow at all even without the heaven and earth spirit energy from Huan Er's divine crystal. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian did not dare to expose Huan Er's divine crystal. With his current divine consciousness, he would be able to predict the presence of a 5-element celestial king. However, who knew if he would encounter a 5-element celestial king? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. Divine crystals were too precious. Let alone celestial kings, even celestial lords and ordinary celestial emperors would covet divine crystals. After traveling for about half a month, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a group of figures flew toward him at an extremely fast speed. A1 basic celestial duke. 8 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness that was equivalent to a 5-element celestial king's divine consciousness was easily detected by the newcomers. What a beautiful woman! In just a blink of an eye, the 9 figures arrived before Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, blocking their path. The short, middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group gasped when he saw Huan Er. After sucking in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashed with a greedy luster, like a hungry wolf that had encountered a delicious prey. Big brother, it seems like we're in luck today. Not only will we be able to rob them, but we'll also be able to rob them of their beauty. A young man among the group of 8 looked at Huan Er with a greedy expression on his face. Everyone had a love for beauty. Huan Er's beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was difficult for a normal man not to be attracted to her. The 9 of them were experienced in robbing passers-by in this area. Since the woman was leading the group, it meant she was stronger than the other man. Moreover, she was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. 8 of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and one of them was a 1 basic celestial duke. Not to mention that the purple-clothed young man that the woman brought away might not necessarily be as strong as her. Even if he was stronger than her, they would not be afraid. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I can have sex with her, I'll have no regrets in life. I agree. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. We're in luck today. 6 of the other 7 looked at her with gleaming eyes. Their words were even more unbridled. It was as if they could already see Huan becoming their captive and letting them do whatever they wanted to her. Big brother. At this moment, one of the 9 men who had been silent all this while stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and was dressed in a plain robe. He looked at the one basic celestial duke and said, "Why don't we give up on this deal?" The middle-aged man said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged next to Huan. Duan Ling Tian was looking at them calmly. Although the middle-aged man had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, he could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw how calm Huan and Duan Ling Tian were. In the past, it wasn't like he hadn't met people who deliberately mystified them and deliberately scared them, but although those people looked calm on the surface, they didn't give him this kind of creepy feeling. Moreover, the white-clad woman in front of him was too beautiful, so beautiful that it took his breath away. How could a woman like her, who was able to arrive here without concealing her appearance, be ordinary? Or rather, would the people around her be ordinary? Give up? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the short middle-aged man who was a one basic celestial duke was taken aback. "Second brother, are you going to watch such a beautiful woman slip away before your eyes? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. You might not be able to meet such a beautiful woman again in the future," the short middle-aged man said. The short middle-aged man spoke very politely to the second brother he spoke of. There was even a questioning tone in his voice. "Second brother, you can't ruin our plans. Second brother, we know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and you're a cautious person. However, I don't think we'll be so unlucky this time." "That's right. Second brother, don't forget that you've made mistakes before as well. Big brother, you can't listen to second brother. We have to do this deal." The other 7 men looked at the middle-aged man greedily as they spoke to the middle-aged man. At the same time, they did not forget to persuade the short middle-aged man, their eldest brother. "Second brother, as you can see, we can't listen to you today." Hearing the words of the 7 people, the short middle-aged man looked at the second brother with a bitter smile on his face. However, there was no sign of compromise in his eyes, only the luster of a hungry wolf. It was clear he did not want to give up on this deal so easily. "Forget it. At most, I'll die with all of you." The middle-aged man, the second brother, shook his head helplessly. His expression was grim as though he was ready to die. "Second brother, don't be like this. If you don't want to do this deal, you can just leave. You don't have to act like we're a burden to you." The short middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased. "That's right. Second brother, if you don't want to do this deal with us, you can leave now. That way, we'll have one less person to share the profits with." Another 3 men chimed in when they heard the short middle-aged man's words. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted and said, "I'm not leaving. If you succeed in this deal, I won't share anything with you even if I misjudged you." A hint of anger could be heard in his voice when he spoke. "Fine. Second brother, you said it yourself. As expected of second brother. Second brother, as your younger brother, I'll thank you in advance. Without second brother. After capturing this woman, it should be my turn to spend the night with her soon, right?" Chapter 29-27. "You're quite loyal," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the middle-aged man with a medium build who was addressed as second brother and second brother by the other 8 people. "You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right." At the same time, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered as he rose to his feet. In the next moment, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. Then, he gently placed his hand on Huan Er's shoulder. "Brother Ling Tian, why you're awake?" Since Huan Er's attention was focused on the other 8 people, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his cultivation. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face before he continued to say, "It seems like I'll have to bring you along in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll run into some headless flies who don't know what's good for them." Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan Er affectionately as he spoke to her. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the other 9 people. What a calm gaze. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a medium build was unable to regain his senses for a long time because of Duan Ling Tian's gaze. He had seen similar gazes in the past. However, he had only seen such a calm gaze without any guilty conscience a few times. Moreover, the previous few times, such a gaze had appeared in the eyes of those who had complete control of the situation in their hands. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. "It seems like we've really kicked an iron plate this time," the middle-aged man thought to himself. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He wanted to persuade the other 8 people, but when he noticed that the 8 of them were looking at the white-clothed woman, he gave up on the idea. He knew his 8 companions had been blinded by their desire for Chen Jianhong. It would be useless even if he tried to persuade them. Forget it. If it wasn't for boss saving my life, I would have been dead by now. This time, I'll repay him with my life. Previously, the middle-aged man had thought he was lucky. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and fearless gaze, he no longer dared to think he was lucky. "Flies? He called us flies? Is this brat seeking death?" The other 8 people were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. When the short middle-aged man in the lead looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with rage. Killing intent surged out of his body as well. "Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The short middle-aged man suddenly let out an explosive shout before he flew out. His target was Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a torrent before it gathered in his hand and shot toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Humph. Although Duan Ling Tian did not take the short middle-aged man's attack seriously, the other party's sudden attack still made him snort coldly in dissatisfaction. With just a thought, a golden light shone from Duan Ling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him. Immobilization King. When the golden Buddha silhouette on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body solidified, the short middle-aged man and the other 8 people who were charging toward Duan Ling Tian had a slight change of expression on their faces. The Immobilization King is the blissful sect's Duke-grade celestial method. Moreover, it's an offensive, defensive, and triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method. Based on his proficiency in using the Immobilization King, it seems like he has completely comprehended and mastered the celestial method. He can easily record this celestial method in a memory celestial talisman for others to comprehend and master. At this moment, other than the middle-aged man with a medium build, the other 8 people, including the short middle-aged man, had a hint of greed in their eyes. This was especially true for the short middle-aged man who was charging towards Duan Ling Tian. He had even retracted most of his strength in a timely manner. "Big brother, please show mercy. Big brother, if you let him live, it's equivalent to obtaining an offensive, defensive, and triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method." When the short middle-aged man showed mercy, the other 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build, hurriedly cried out. Clearly, they were afraid the short middle-aged man would kill Duan Ling Tian. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method that was both offensive and defensive. Bang! 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 Although the short middle-aged man had intentionally shown mercy, his attack was not weak at all. His attack was as ferocious as a thunderbolt. However, such a ferocious attack was like a tickle to the golden Buddha silhouette on Duanling Tian's body. It did not leave any mark on it at all. The golden Buddha silhouette was as immovable as a mountain. It was like an impenetrable fortress that could not be shaken by ordinary people. As expected of the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, it's truly powerful. The short middle-aged man did not realize how terrifying Duanling Tian was. He thought it was the celestial method immobilization king method that allowed Duanling Tian to withstand his attack. He immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. Faced with this situation, the short middle-aged man continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Bang! 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 Alas, even after increasing the intensity of his attacks, the short middle-aged man still could not shake the golden Buddha silhouette. At this moment, the short middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced at the purple-clothed young man, whom he had not taken seriously at all, only to see the purple-clothed young man looking at him with a faint smile. His indifferent gaze seemed to be indifferent to everything. What's going on? Big brother. He had used all his strength earlier, but he still couldn't shake the purple-clad young man's defense? Heavens! Isn't the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method too powerful? Is the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method really powerful? I don't think so. Even if one of us has mastered the immobilization king celestial method, I don't think we can withstand Big Brother's all-out attack so easily, right? Now, of the remaining 8 people, except for the middle-aged man with a medium build who didn't seem to be surprised by the scene in front of him, the expressions of the other 7 people changed. You've attacked me so many times. Now, it's my turn, right? Duanling Tian looked at the short middle-aged man indifferently as he said unhurriedly, if you can survive my attack, I'll spare your life. Swoosh! Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the short middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but it was too late. Swoosh! As a purple sword ray flashed by like a meteor, the center of the short middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. The moment the purple sword ray appeared behind his head, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Rumble! The void where the short middle-aged man stood trembled a few times before a rain of blood fell from the sky. Duanling Tian raised his hand and put the spatial ring away. To the others, Duanling Tian's attack was too fast. It was to the extent that they did not see it at all. All they heard was a loud noise. Then, the short middle-aged man turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Sigh. The middle-aged man with a medium build heaved a long sigh as though he had expected this outcome. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically when they saw this. The short middle-aged man was their leader. He was also the only celestial duke among the 9 of them. Even so, he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he was killed by the purple-clad young man who had mastered the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization king method. How could a one basic celestial duke be killed in just a blink of an eye? Even if such a person had mastered the blissful sex Duke grade celestial method, he was definitely a 3-talent celestial duke. Just like second brother said, we've met our match? Just as the 7 of them looked at each other with pale faces, their expressions instantly froze. Subsequently, the 7 of them followed in the footsteps of the short middle-aged man and were killed by Duanling Tian. Even a one basic celestial duke was killed by Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. There was no need to mention these 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. You, take their storage rings, Qin Wentian said. The middle-aged man with a medium build was waiting for Duan Ling Tian to kill him after killing his companions. However, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. What? Do you want to die with them as well? When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man was still in a daze, he glanced at him with interest and asked. After being reminded by Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man immediately reacted and put away the 7 spatial rings that almost fell to the ground after they died. My lord, after collecting the spatial rings, the middle-aged man was about to hand them over to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he was worried about what Duan Ling Tian would do to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the purple-clad young man had no intention of killing him. Take them. Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's aura was that of a celestial king. It was completely different from before. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's aura pressed down on the middle-aged man's chest as though a huge hammer had landed on him. The middle-aged man's blood began to boil, and his consciousness began to blur. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. Chapter 29-28. The middle-aged man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's celestial king aura, he felt like a lone boat in the middle of a storm that could capsize at any moment. Circulate your cultivation method and break through the bottleneck. It was only when Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in the air that the middle-aged man's originally blurry consciousness cleared up slightly. It was precisely by relying on this bit of clarity that the middle-aged man secretly took a deep breath, and then his thoughts became clear as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered from all directions and surged into his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy began to circulate in his body and form minor circulations. After about a dozen breaths, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. Whoosh! At the same time, a vast and majestic aura surged out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's aura had undergone a drastic change. As he stood there, the aura he emitted was similar to the short middle-aged man who had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. An ecstatic expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as soon as he opened his eyes. Congratulations! You must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the middle-aged man fell to his knees and bowed before Duan Ling Tian. From now on, I, Lu Guanglin, am yours to command. As long as my lord is willing to let me follow you, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to be your servant and be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Lu Guanglin had been a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for many years, but he had not been able to break through. It was not because his innate talent was bad, but because he did not have a Duke-grade cultivation method to cultivate. Unless one's innate talent was extraordinary, it was extremely difficult for one to break through and become a celestial Duke with a cultivation method below the Duke grade. For example, the short, middle-aged man who had been killed by the purple-clad young man had stagnated at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial for 1,000 years before he managed to break through. Even though Zhang Xian was far more talented than the other party, he would still need to spend at least 100 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. He didn't think that he would be so lucky as to receive the help of an expert several decades later, allowing him to complete his breakthrough to the high immortal realm in advance. I don't think even a 10-direction celestial Duke would be able to emit such a powerful aura. Although Lu Guanglin's cultivation was not high, he happened to see the world once by chance. He still remembered that it was during the alchemy conference held by the various top sects in the 6 southeastern regions almost 100 years ago. At that time, he was only there to join in the fun. However, he had coincidentally witnessed the battle between the blissful sect's old ancestor, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, Li Ping's aura at that time could not be compared to the aura that the purple-clothed young man had just displayed. Never betray you? Duanling Tian smiled when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. Don't you think you've betrayed your 9 companions? My lord. Lu Guanglin said solemnly, among my companions, I only owe my boss my life. The rest of my companions and I only work together to make use of each other. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved my life back then, I would have left earlier. I believe that with your benevolence, you wouldn't kill me, someone who didn't offend you or this young lady. Lu Guanglin looked at Duanling Tian intently as he spoke. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of wisdom in their eyes. There's no master-servant relationship between me and my boss. I, Lu Guanglin, swear that I'll never betray you. There's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms like in the mundane realms. However, I, Lu Guanglin, am willing to sever one of my arms to prove my loyalty. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber ray flashed before he slashed it down on his left shoulder. It was much more difficult to regrow a severed arm in the Devata realms compared to the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, there were some rare medicinal herbs that could regrow a severed arm because the body of a person in the mundane realms was only mortal. Once a person ascended to a Devata realm, they would undergo the baptism of the celestial ascension pool. After the baptism, their body would be transformed from a mortal to a celestial. Once a celestial's body was damaged, it would be useless no matter how many medicinal herbs one consumed in the mundane realms. Only by finding some rare medicinal herbs or pills in the Devata realms would one be able to regrow one's body. Swoosh! The saber ray shone brightly as it was about to cut off Lu Guanglin's left arm. Swoosh! 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 Just as the saber light was only a foot away from Lu Guanglin's left arm, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a vast and boundless power. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Guanglin's saber ray disappeared into thin air as though it was never there. I trust you. The person who made the move was none other than Duanling Tian. After experiencing 2 reincarnations, Duanling Tian believed he had a good eye for people. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a person who knew how to repay kindness and was a man of his word. This Lu Guanglin in front of him was unwilling to leave earlier. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was still willing to share life and death with his 8 companions. This made him have a good impression of him. Moreover, since Lu Guanglin had never spoken to Huan, Duanling Tian had no intention of killing him. Instead, when Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered Lu Guanglin was only a step away from becoming a celestial duke, he decided to recruit Lu Guanglin. The journey to the central area was long and arduous. With Huan leading the way, their speed was slow. Moreover, they were often robbed by ignorant celestials. If it were a celestial duke leading the way, it would save them a lot of effort in the borderlands, let alone the central area. You'll stay by my side from now on. Duanling Tian said indifferently, my name is Duanling Tian. As for the person next to me, you can call her Miss Huan, She's my younger sister. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duanling Tian profusely when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, he bowed respectfully at Huan, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. Greetings, Miss Huan, I'm Lu Guanglin. However, Huan had no time to pay attention to Lu Guanglin at this moment. She could not help but recall Duanling Tian's words to Lu Guanglin. Younger sister? So, He's only been treating me as a younger sister all this time? Although Huan knew Duan Lingtian was avoiding her and treated her like a younger sister, she still felt uneasy when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. "My lord, where are you and Miss Huan heading to?" Lu Guanglin asked respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "We're leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area. Since you've decided to follow me, you'll lead the way," Duan Lingtian said. "Yes, my lord." Lu Guanglin accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, he thought Duan Lingtian had to cultivate or comprehend celestial methods or divine abilities since he was so strong, and yet he did not bring anyone along. Just like that, another person appeared in Duan Lingtian's group. "My lord, you're a celestial king, right?" Lu Guanglin asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of cultivating or comprehending celestial methods or divine abilities. "I am now." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I am now?" Lu Guanglin was confused. He did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. "Do you know about consumable royal-grade celestial weapons?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Consumable royal-grade celestial weapons?" Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly replied, "My lord, I've heard of such celestial weapons. It's said that such celestial weapons are rarer than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. However, once you obtain the celestial weapons, you'll be able to gain a lot of power by consuming the celestial weapons. Moreover, there won't be any side effects when you use the celestial weapons." Lu Guanglin seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. "Sir, why did you suddenly bring this up at this time? Don't tell me you..." Lu Guanglin's eyes were filled with shock. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and said calmly, "My current strength comes from a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Before I helped you, although I've consumed a lot of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon, it's still comparable to a 5-element celestial king. However, after helping you break through and become a celestial duke, my strength is only comparable to a 4-phenomenon celestial king. I didn't bring Huan along because I didn't want to waste too much of the power granted to me by the celestial weapon. Now that I've asked you to bring us along, it's the same." Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Guanglin and said, "My true strength is slightly weaker than Huan Er's. I'm only a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although I'm close to a breakthrough, I'll only be an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time comprehending celestial methods, divine abilities, and alchemy. Otherwise, he would have become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial a long time ago. "I'll give you a chance to leave, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your promise." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin calmly when he finished speaking. Chapter 29-29. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded when he saw the determined expression on Lu Guanglin's face. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged before he began to cultivate. Duan Lingtian had agreed to follow Lu Guanglin because he thought Lu Guanglin was a good person and smart. The reason Duan Lingtian revealed his background to Lu Guanglin was because he did not ask Lu Guanglin to follow him on a whim. Duan Lingtian really needed someone who could get things done for him. Regardless of Lu Guanglin's innate talent, Duan Lingtian approved of Lu Guanglin's character and intelligence. After Lu Guanglin greeted her, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was cultivating or comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. During this entire process, she did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense Huan Er's emotions. He knew it was because of what he had said to Lu Guanglin earlier. He had introduced Huan to Lu Guanglin as his younger sister. However, he did not think too much about it. He was confident Huan would calm down after some time. With Lu Guanglin, a one basic celestial duke, leading the way, not only did Duan Lingtian and the others speed up, but they also did not encounter any celestials along the way. Although there were still some celestial dukes in the borderlands who would rob passers-by, there were very few of them. There were very few people along the way from the borderlands to the central area. Therefore, even if there were celestial dukes, they would not choose this area. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. I've finally reached the final step. As long as I break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to become an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, suddenly had a surge of aura on the surface of his body. Meanwhile, the overarching heaven pill's efficacy in Duan Lingtian's body was rapidly depleted. In the end, it was converted into celestial origin energy that circulated through the Tai profound technique. About half a month later. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a majestic aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had clearly changed. I've finally broken through. I'm an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After making a breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian immediately opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face at the right time. Congratulations, my lord. At the same time, Lu Guanglin also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a four-phenomenon celestial king, his aura was clearly that of an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Lu Guanglin knew Duan Lingtian had broken through. At the same time, he was also shocked. My lord. He's not even 100 years old. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had broken through, Lu Guanglin had extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Earth stage. Apart from that, he had also discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Lu Guanglin's heart skipped a beat. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Such an existence had never appeared in the history of the borderland in the past 10,000 years, right? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Guanglin's congratulatory words, he immediately looked at Lu Guanglin. At the same time, his expression changed immediately. Where's Huan? This was because he noticed that Lu Guanglin had only brought him away. Huan, who was by his side, was nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian, who had been looking left and right for a long time to no avail, turned to look at Lu Guanglin. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from it at any moment. My lord. Lu Guanglin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. He smiled bitterly and said, Miss Huan, She left. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Duan Lingtian did not doubt Lu Guanglin's words. Unless Huan had left on her own accord, it was impossible for him to not notice anything. About a month ago, Lu Guanglin said as he took out an unclaimed spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Miss Huan asked me to pass this spatial ring to you before she left, my lord. When Miss Huan said she was going to leave without saying goodbye to you, my lord, I wanted to inform you. However, she threatened me and told me not to tell you about her departure. Otherwise, she would kill herself in front of me. Miss Huan was very determined at that time. Based on the determination in her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Therefore, I didn't dare to alarm you, my lord. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Guanglin's face when he reached the end of his sentence. As Duan Lingtian listened to Lu Guanglin's words, he claimed ownership of the spatial ring that Lu Guanglin handed to him. Soon after, he saw the contents of the spatial ring. The space inside the storage ring was empty, and there were only two things lying there quietly. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw one of the two items in the spatial ring, his expression changed drastically. This was the necklace that Huan had been wearing all this time. The pendant on the necklace was particularly eye-catching to Duan Lingtian. The divine crystal that Huan always carried around with her was in this pendant. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian opened the pendant. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the divine crystal instantly filled the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect Huan to leave him with her most precious item. It was just that without the god crystals, her cultivation would be affected once she left the divine realm. Silly girl. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's expression was so gloomy that Lu Guanglin only dared to look at him without saying a word. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out another item from the spatial ring. It was a celestial talisman that could gather voices. With just a thought, the voices in the spatial ring entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I decided to leave in the end. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Morongbing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible so you can save Sister Ke and the others. For this reason, although I'm leaving, I still left the divine crystal that my mother gave me to you. I hope it can help you become stronger as soon as possible. Huan's voice trailed off as she continued to say, Brother Lingtian, I know you want to become stronger as soon as possible. Huan's voice trailed off at this moment. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more unsightly. However, a hint of gratitude could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Huan to leave the divine crystal to him. Without the divine crystals, her future cultivation speed would definitely slow down by a lot. Silly girl. What a silly girl. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anxiety. He looked at Lu Guanglin and asked in a low voice, which direction did Huan go? That way. Lu Guanglin pointed to the side. As soon as Lu Guanglin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he unleashed his full strength as a four-phenomenon celestial king. Then, he vanished from Lu Guanglin's sight. Lu Guanglin came to a halt and waited for Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian must have gone to look for Miss Huan. Indeed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking for Huan. He activated the energy granted by the consumable celestial artifact and sped toward the direction Lu Guanglin had pointed at with the speed of a celestial king. Alas, he did not manage to find Huan, even after his energy was depleted. With Huan's speed, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her if she keeps going in this direction. There's only one possibility, she must have changed directions. Based on Huan's personality, she's no longer interested in the borderlands. It's impossible for her to stay here. There's only one possibility, she deliberately went in this direction when Lu Guanglin saw her and changed directions halfway to the central area. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to Lu Guanglin's location at lightning speed. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lu Guanglin with him and began to search the central area. Although Duan Lingtian was carrying Lu Guanglin, his speed was still extremely fast. It did not take long for them to arrive at the borderlands. My lord, the mountain range in front of us is the boundary between the borderlands and the central area. The formation that prevents celestial kings from staying in the borderlands is located in the mountain range. It extends to every corner of the southern heaven territory and separates the central area from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been reduced to the level of a 3-talent celestial duke. Therefore, even though he was carrying Lu Guanglin at this speed, Lu Guanglin could still barely see the surroundings. Unlike before, when Lu Guanglin's eyes couldn't see anything around him, he was like a blind man. At that time, Duan Lingtian was simply too fast. We're about to enter the central area. With Huan Er's speed, it's impossible for her to reach this place. Don't tell me. Huan Er ran into another celestial who tried to rob her along the way. If I knew Huan would leave, I would have asked her to leave me a soul pearl. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the border of the southern heaven territory. His expression was so dark that it seemed as though water could drip from it. Chapter 29-30. Duan Lingtian did not expect Huan Er to leave him. For this reason, he did not have Huan Er's soul pearl with him. Take me and walk around the area. Then, go back and do a carpet search the area thoroughly, Duan Lingtian ordered in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Guanglin. Yes, my lord. Lu Guanglin looked at Duan Lingtian before he hastily averted his gaze. At the same time, he could sense the anxiety in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, he could feel how important Miss Huan was to Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry, my lord. Lu Guanglin had a guilty expression on his face as he continued to search for Huan Er with Duan Lingtian. It's all in the past. What's the point of apologizing? Moreover, you didn't have a choice at that time. Huan Er is a hot-tempered girl. She's capable of doing anything. Although Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan Er's safety, he was not an unreasonable person. For this reason, he did not blame Lu Guanglin. Lu Guanglin was touched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. Following that, he continued to search for Huan Er with Duan Lingtian. Huan Er, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to Senior Du Fei? Duan Lingtian still remembered what Huan Er's grand-aunt, Du Fei, had told him when she had taught him the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic method, in the little world she had left behind. Du Fei had told him not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan. If anyone who did not have the surname Du found out about Huan Er, he had to kill that person. Moreover, Du Fei had also told him that the reason Huan Er's mother left Huan Er was because something happened to Huan Er's family. Since Duan Lingtian was worried about Huan Er, he could not calm himself down even if he wanted to cultivate. His mind would wander from time to time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. My lord, over the past 3 years, we've searched every inch of land within 1,000,000 miles of the area where Miss Huan Er left. We've even searched the central area, but we still haven't found Miss Huan Er. Now that 3 years have passed, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. After 3 years of searching, Lu Guanglin had no complaints. However, 3 years had passed, and he still could not find her. This made him realize that it was pointless to continue searching. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and reminded Duan Lingtian. Of course, this was also because after 3 years of being together, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a reasonable person. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to remind Duan Lingtian like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He naturally knew that Lu Guanglin was right, but he was still a little unwilling. Although she was strong, there were very few people below the Celestial Duke realm who could pose a threat to her. However, once she entered the central area, she could easily encounter Celestial Dukes. For this reason, he could not help but worry about her safety. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could find her after 3 years, he would have done so long ago. Huan, you must be fine. Otherwise, Big Brother Lingtian will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had lived 2 lives, and there were very few things he regretted. However, this time, he was filled with regret. He regretted calling Huan, his sister, in front of Lu Guanglin. He knew that even if that was not the main reason Huan Er left, it was the fuse that triggered her departure. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll ask around before we decide what to do next. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were still at the border of the central area. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Guanglin brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the central area. After traveling for about half a month, they still did not see a trace of human habitation, nor did they see any buildings. However, the scenery under their feet changed from a desert to an oasis. I think it won't be long before we see signs of life. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as they entered the oasis. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. A few days later, a few figures appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin approached one of the figures, that person immediately became wary. Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were celestials who would rob them. Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask you where we are. Lu Guanglin saw the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial and did not beat around the bush. The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial sighed in relief when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. He could tell Lu Guanglin was a celestial duke who could easily kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Guanglin to catch up to him and block his path. You. Could it be that you came from the border? The peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, an old man, asked Lu Guanglin. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded. This was his first time in the central area. Since you're from the borderlands, I'm sure you've just entered the oasis. Entering the oasis means you've entered the supporting Fall Nation, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supporting Fall Nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there would be a nation in the central area. It was similar to the borderlands. There were also some celestial kingdoms in the borderlands. However, these celestial kingdoms were not as strong as the top sects in the borderlands. They could only rely on the top sections. Supporting Fall Nation? Lu Guanglin was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. However, as he probed further, he learned the difference between the celestial kingdoms in the central area and the borderlands. There were many nations in the borderlands of the central area. Most of these nations had celestial kings. Those who were not celestial kings were not capable of ruling a nation. A celestial king can establish a nation. Does this mean celestial kings from the borderlands can establish a nation here if they're willing? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Theoretically, yes. The old man nodded. However, very few people establish a nation because it takes a lot of effort to do so. Most people would rather choose something that's already available. For example, they would kill the emperor of a nation and replace him as the new ruler of the nation. The old man continued to say. Under such circumstances, the emperors of the nations in the borderlands of the central area are all celestial kings with extraordinary strength. Celestial kings who have just arrived from the borderlands don't have the ability to replace them. As celestial kings, they're not willing to submit to those celestial kings. For this reason, most of the celestial kings from the borderlands would join the powerful sects and clans in the central area. Those powerful sects and clans are located away from the borderlands. The cultivation environment and resources they control are far better than the nations in the borderlands of the central area. The old man paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Those nations were located at the borderlands of the central area. They were considered the weakest forces in the central area. However, these forces had celestial kings. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial kings. After learning more about the central area from the old man, Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin to continue with their journey. Our first stop is the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Since Lu Guanglin had asked the old man for directions, he knew the way to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was worried about Huan Er's safety as he digested the information from the old man. "Don't worry, my lord. Miss Huan will be fine." Lu Guanglin comforted Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian's worry. "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. 3 months later. "My lord, according to the directions given by the old man, will reach the capital of the supporting Fall Nation after crossing the mountain range." Lu Guanglin's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Lu Guanglin's voice. In just a blink of an eye, he saw a mountain range in front of him that looked like a long dragon. He could not see the end of the mountain range at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range under Lu Guanglin's lead. At this moment, swoosh! As the sound of wind whistling rang out from the continuous mountain range, an old and aged figure shot out from the mountain range with a young figure in tow. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Lu Guanglin's expression turned solemn when he saw the old man. Based on the old man's speed, it was clear the old man was much stronger than him. A 3-talent celestial duke. Based on the man's speed, Duan Lingtian could tell the man was a 3-talent celestial duke, similar to himself. Huh! The young man noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er as soon as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. He was a young man dressed in a brocade robe, but there was a hideous birthmark on his face that ruined his facial features. The young man was calm when he saw Lu Guanglin. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, or to be more precise, Duan Lingtian's face, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. "Either you destroy your own face, or you die." Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were about to continue their journey, the young man in the brocade robe flashed and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's path again. The young man's ugly face was distorted as he looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and hatred. Chapter 29-31. Let alone Duan Lingtian who was being targeted, even Lu Guanglin was taken aback by the young man's sudden attack. "Do I have a grudge against you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes and asked with slight astonishment. "You don't have a grudge against me. You can only blame yourself for having a face that women like." The young man's face was slightly distorted as he said coldly, "Therefore, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you destroy your own face or you die. A person's appearance is innate. It's given to them by their parents. It's not scary to be ugly, it's scary to have an ugly heart." Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have discerned that the reason this young man in embroidered clothes was targeting him was only because he possessed an extraordinarily handsome face, and the young man was jealous of him. He was rendered speechless by this. Apart from being speechless, he could tell the young man was a twisted person. Otherwise, he would not have targeted him and tried to kill him because of his handsome face. "I don't need a gigolo like you to teach me what to do." The face of the young man in embroidered clothes sank. His originally ferocious and ugly face became even uglier at this moment. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, "It seems like you've made your choice. Good, very good, 9th Elder, I'll leave the person next to him to you. I'll deal with him." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the young man's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the young man's aura. Not even 100 years old? A yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the young man was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. After all, he had not met another overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the borderlands. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What a pity. Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing in his heart, the silk-robed young man's figure flashed and pounced on Duan Lingtian like a ferocious beast. His soul awareness also detected that Duan Lingtian was the same as him, less than 100 years old. After all, he was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not think Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, would be a match for him. There were only a handful of overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the age of 100 in the supporting Fall Nation. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had heard of most of them. When the young man in brocade clothes rushed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a cold murderous intention. It seemed that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other side, Lu Guanglin wasn't worried about the young man in embroidered clothes attacking Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood in place with a solemn expression on his face. Celestial origin energy revolved around his body as he tried to defend against the old man's attack. Judging from the speed displayed by the old man was much stronger than him. Bang! All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out in the space where the old man was. In just a blink of an eye, the old man had left his original spot and shot toward Lu Guanglin like a cannonball. Guanglin, use all your strength to attract his attention. I'll use all my strength to severely injure or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Lu Guanglin's ears as the old man made his move. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanglin calmed down. In the next moment, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the gloves that appeared on his hands. The gloves shone brightly as the aura of a Duke-grade celestial weapon surged out of them. At the same time, Lu Guanglin's body began to swell at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, his loose robe was bulging, and one could vaguely see the outline of his muscles. Lu Guanglin, who was originally of average height, had grown to a height of 3 meters. His muscles were brimming with explosive strength as well. Apart from that, Lu Guanglin's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a blood-red shadow of a gigantic tiger. It was the shadow of a blood tiger. It was clear Lu Guanglin had not only cast his celestial method, but he had also cast his divine ability. "Old man, take this!" Lu Guanglin shouted as he punched out with his right fist. The air around him exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Currently, Lu Guanglin was more than 3 meters tall. His fist tore through the air like a meteor hammer as he charged toward the old man. The silhouette of the blood tiger opened its mouth and pounced toward the old man. "You're just a one basic celestial duke. Even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to kill you in 3 moves." The old man smiled contemptuously when he saw Lu Guanglin charging at him menacingly. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lu Guanglin seriously at all. In the next moment, his aura surged and suppressed Lu Guanglin's menacing aura. It was clear he was strong enough to kill Lu Guanglin. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask for my permission first." The old man, who did not know anything about celestial weapons, unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Guanglin. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura coming from behind him, and it was getting closer and closer to him. A 3-talent celestial duke? As a 3-talent celestial duke, the old man was very familiar with the aura behind him. It was the aura of a 3-talent celestial duke. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next instant, his celestial origin energy surged and formed a wall-like defense in front of him to block Lu Guanglin's attack. At the same time, he hastily turned around with a sword in his hand. Based on the sword's aura, it was a Duke-grade celestial weapon as well. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the old man turned around, he saw the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. The purple-clad young man, whom he did not take seriously, was holding a long rod that shone brightly with both hands as he swung it at him. The long rod shone brightly, and one could vaguely see some obscure inscriptions on it. At this moment, the liquefied celestial origin energy could be seen flowing through the inscriptions. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the long rod's aura. He could not help but cry out in shock. King! King-grade celestial weapon! As the old man cried out in shock, he raised his sword in front of him. A sword ray shot up into the sky as it met the long rod that was falling from the sky. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The sword ray that shot up into the sky was shrouded by the long rod's purple-gold light. Then, it was destroyed. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang in the air. The old man's hand that was holding the Duke-grade celestial sword was bleeding profusely. Bang! At the same time, the old man was attacked from behind. Lu Guanglin's barrage of attacks broke through his barrage of attacks. The old man was surrounded by enemies from all directions. Who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He stared at the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby with a rod in his hand. A 3-talent celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had a king-grade celestial weapon. The old man was certain such a person did not exist in the supporting Fall Nation. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man had to be a disciple from a powerful force in the central area. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. Trying to escape? The person who had injured the old man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was about to reply when he seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, a purplish-gold saber ray shot out and severed the arm of the brocade-clad young man who had just taken out a Shadow Void escaping talisman. The Shadow Void escaping talisman was a celestial talisman that Duan Ling Tian had used in the past. Once activated, the talisman would allow the user to escape millions of miles away at the speed of a celestial king. Ah! The young man cried out in pain as he watched the Shadow Void escaping talisman fall from the sky. He did not dare to use his other hand to catch it. This was because he could clearly sense that he was being locked onto by a terrifying aura. In my entire life, this is the first time I've encountered someone who, in a situation where we don't know each other, wanted to kill me because I was better looking than them. Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly as he glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes indifferently. You. Who are you? The young man no longer looked at Duan Ling Tian with jealousy and killing intent. Only fear and disbelief were left in his eyes. Although he did not see what had happened earlier, he was still shocked. However, in the end, he saw it again. Although the 3-talent celestial duke had taken out a duke-grade celestial sword, he was still severely injured by the purple-clad young man. It was no wonder the young man's attack had missed. He was not on the same level as the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that you're the one who chose to die. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again with lightning speed. However, he didn't attack the young man in embroidered clothes. Instead, he attacked the old man beside the young man. The old man had thought Duan Ling Tian was going to attack the young man. Therefore, he was caught off guard by Duan Ling Tian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Ling Tian swung his staff again. The purple-gold light shone brightly, and the 3-talent celestial duke's body exploded into a mist of blood. His blood splattered in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. After killing the old man, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the young man in embroidered clothes again. No! You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My aunt is Imperial Concubine Lan of the supporting Fall Nation. If you kill me, you'll offend the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.